Hey y'all, I'm Ada K. And I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, everybody, for waiting for me. I greatly appreciate it. Tech issues of all things today. Happy New Year's Eve. Hello, Adair. Hello, Haley Mouse, Toxic, everybody. Oh my gosh, Gabby. So good to see y'all. Happy New Year. My coffee's still brewing. Yes, this girl hadn't even had her coffee yet. Yes, I came in and my camera was down. Weirdest thing. I had it all set up. I was ready to go. Last night, I never turned my camera off, ever. I don't turn off certain equipment. I just let it run. Yes, y'all, I'll be changing my crowns through the day. This girl's got several of them. I actually earned a crown. I was once a beauty queen. Yay, coffee. Oh, glorious coffee. I have set myself up a food spread. We've got bubbly in the back. We've got balloon downloading a new game. Oh, how wonderful. How wunderbar. Y'all, today was a feat, but I am here. Since I is here. Yes, you is. I even have a little hat for her to wear later. How's everybody doing? I know it's early. It is a day. I got that up last night. That was fun. I may leave the lights. I don't know. So, let me look for this. I am trying to figure out the different, maybe I can't find it, but I want to know the different time zones and who is turning New Year's at what time. And I can't find it. Can't find it. Can't find it. Can't find it. So glasses, gotta have my glasses, y'all. Oh, there, I found it. Found it. Okay. My glasses are filthy. I gotta clean them on this nice black shirt. So has anybody already started celebrating? Oh, okay. Great. That's not what I want. Image. Yay. Got something. Got something. Okay, y'all. Indonesia's in 30 minutes. We're just gonna, I'm getting, yeah, we're Central Standard Time, Central Texas. Yes, I know. We're not anywhere near. So my goal is I'm going to stay live. Now I will have to break this up. I'm sorry to have to tell you that, but I will have to break this up into multiple lives. Because of the way it's set up for YouTube. If I get a copyright strike or whatever, if I run over 6 hours, then I cannot, excuse me, I'm going to sneeze. My allergies have been acting up. I cannot edit it if it's over 6 hours, and we want to be able to edit this. So that's the way it is. Okay. File, save as. We're going to share. Download. That's not what I'm looking for. Never mind. Can somebody do me a favor? One of my mods, somebody find me a map or a list of what countries change time every hour so I can announce their changes. Thank you, Dawn. It's 4:30 p.m. there. I tried, just tired, just chilling. Yes, I would. Here's the thing. I have tried very diligently to find music that I can use that's royalty free, copyright free. And unfortunately, I'm really struggling. I'm not going to pay $200-300 to access music for a one-time thing. So if anybody has anything, put it in Discord under mod chat or under members chat. Put it in mods. Put it in mods. Yeah. Put it in. Haley Mouse, the answer to your question is yes, we are. We follow through the appeals process. Hey, Debbie, how are you? Happy New Year. I know since I go. My dog is already begging. No, you're not getting treats today. She smells the food. Y'all know I have the food up here. So I'm just settling in. I am sorry, I'm a little chaotic. I had some tech issues. Catching up on my Asagavel drops. We have a bunch of stuff I gotta catch up with. Trying to get everything done. I apologize. I can do this. I can put some of this. No, I can't because that copyright. Dang it. Okay, guys, I downloaded some music that was supposed to be copyright free, royalty free, and I got snagged. So if y'all know of anything, let me know, please. Let me know. Member Chambers chat, live communication. Here we go. You are amazing, Toxic. Woohoo! We got it. You are so amazing. Now, I got to figure out what time is it? Our time. How do I convert this to my time? I don't even know what time it is. US. Ugh. Okay. This is a dyslexic person trying to read that. Oh. Okay. I'm frustrating. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's. Are y'all not hearing any music? I don't hear any music. I don't know what's going on. I've had some glitches today and it's been very frustrating. Nothing to do with nothing to do with you guys. It's all me. I'm looking, guys. You said dream? These are I'm looking. And am opening up in a minute for people to hop on and talk and have fun. I have something cool, but I can't tell you yet. It's an old case. How however however okay, so what does you mean by Dreamlight Valley music? Is that I'm looking at it and I'm getting a bunch of thumbnails. I'm looking Okay, but how do I get this on a live? This is a video. I need some help, y'all. Happy New Year's, everybody. Why is my sound intermitting? Okay, guys, I have sound here, but how do I share it? Let me share screen and get you to see what I'm seeing. Um, how do I share the music and not the video? That's the key. Okay, see here? But this is called a tiara. Okay, that's not gonna work. Hold on. More technical issues, dang it. I don't understand why my sound is jumping up and down. I need to know from you guys um if the sound for you guys is clear because now I've got jumpy sound. And of course, this is going to happen on a live that I'm going to be on all freaking day. Now I can't even hear myself. Why are my ears not working? Can y'all hear me? Um Oh, I'll be on until California, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. Okay, I hear me. But I do not hear. I'm looking. Okay. G- Guys, my thing is can you hear music? Yes or no? Since I'm not getting any answers. Yes, you can. Okay. So I guess what I'm going to have to do is run it in the background. But I don't want to have the image. So can you still hear the music? Mine's choppy. This is not fun, y'all. Okay. But see, I can't do anything else different. Is it too loud? I guess I can bring it down here. Here's my problem. I cannot do anything different. I hope I don't get dinged for this. I hope I don't get dinged. But now if I want to change the screen, it goes away. I can't download this and save it. But that's okay. All right, so I had to take the hearing aids off and use my other ears. All right, guys, so we are going to get my tiara straight again. There we go. Well, maybe not. Everything seems off and crooked today. It's been one of those days. See what I mean by off and crooked? I may put my round tiara on. There. All right. No, is it not too loud now? I just want to make sure. Yay, we got that going. But if I change anything, it's going to go away. Just FYI. All right, now we got everything going. Yay, I got to use this. That kind of morning. Okay, let's hope the live goes a little better than that. Thank you guys for the heads up on the music. I am going to actually... I think I'm going to save this somehow. Let's just put this one on the minimize bar. I need emotional cat right now. I need the emotional kitty. Okay, we have some things that are popping up. Thank you for the free music. Thank you so much for all of that. I'm going to download and look at all this later. You guys are so amazing and awesome. So every hour on the hour, which I need to find a clock, we are going to count down and we're just going to string Happy New Year for whatever country that is, if I can figure that out. Okay. So some of the things I'd like to do for us today is I need to figure out, I left my game in the car. I'll have to get someone to go get it. I have my StreamYard. Animal Crossing, we're going to do a little bit of that. And then I'm going to whatever we want to do. So let me do this. I have it in the description, but let me invite you guys to join me. I would really, really love for you guys to get to join me either on video and or audio. That is a huge part of today. Let me copy, paste it, put it up there. In it. Yay. Oh, well, maybe I should do this. Nope, didn't mean to do that. Remove. I also need to get my phone number up and running. And then you guys can call in. I'll plug in the phone. All right, there we go. So the phone number is up if you want to call in. The phone is being plugged in as we speak. Yay, we're good. Ha ha! Oh, kitty. What are you doing in here? Kitty and Puppy are down there on the floor together. I'm going to pop chats out so I don't have to listen to myself. I just have to get everything ready today, guys. I really do apologize. It is very difficult to keep all this going when I didn't know what the heck I was doing. I'm usually better organized than this, guys. I do greatly apologize. Please forgive me. I did not mean to be so chaotic today. It's just my day started that way. Okay, so I can put that one down. There we go. So my day started pretty chaotic, and I again apologize. Woohoo! Okay. Oh, pickles. Thank you, Dawn. First thing to eat in the morning, pickles is not necessarily the best thing to eat the first thing in the morning, but it was good. You are summoned, Kitty Kitty. She's way out of my reach right now. Why does this tiara not fit me? That's the best it's going to get. Okay. I do want to talk about some court things. There is a case in Texas that is a very big deal. And it was something that I didn't know about. Pickles and coffee, breakfast of champions. I got cherries, I got prosciutto, I got cheese, I got tomatoes and mozzarella, grapes, and 2 different crackers. This is this is going to be my live meal. That's my meal for the live all day today. But that's good. We have a case in Texas that happened a couple years ago. And we will be, I'm going to be visiting with some of his family, I hope. I got a friend who knows the family very well. And there's a lot of crazy twists about it. But how many of you guys have heard of the YO Ranch? The Texas YO Ranch in Texas. This ranch is a huge ranch, okay? It's very well known. They have a resort here in my hometown. And this resort here, I don't know if I share this, y'all are not going to be able to. If I share the video. If I share the video, y'all won't be able to hear this music.
11,200 acres of the Texas Hill Country, while its history spans over 140 years. The story of the YO parallels the history of Texas. Founded in 1880 by a French immigrant turned Texas Ranger known as Captain Charles Schreiner, this enterprising businessman purchased over 500,000 acres for his cattle venture, and the YO brand.
Okay, sorry. I got it up. I had a problem. Why did I have 2 StreamYards? That was confusing. This is here where I live. Well, close to where I live. I want you to see this.
YO Ranch headquarters encompasses plus or minus 11,200 acres of the Texas Hill Country, while its history spans.
Thanks, Anne. I only wear them on New Year's.
The story of the YO parallels the history of Texas. Founded in 1880 by a French immigrant turned Texas Ranger.
Hey, Haley Mouse, I'll get you in a minute.
This enterprising businessman purchased over 500,000 acres for his cattle venture, and the YO brand was part of that transaction, since most of the cattle on the land already featured the brand on their hides. Since then, the YO brand has become part of the Schreiner family legacy, and today has become a tradition in its own right, a part of Texas lore and culture. The founding of the YO took place during a time of cattle drives and hard living. Captain Schreiner made his fortune with a diverse set of businesses, including a mercantile, a bank, and then cattle. Wild herds of
Sorry,
longhorn
my
were
hearing
rounded
aids are
up
different.
in the post-Civil War period and driven up the Western Trail to Dodge City,
Yes.
Kansas, helping the captain fund his ranching enterprise. The YO survived World War I, the Great Depression, screwworm infestations, and severe drought, and was passed down through 2 generations to Charles III, affectionately known as Charlie III.
Thank you, Talk.
III modernized the ranching operations and demonstrated tremendous foresight by introducing exotic animal species to the ranch in the 1950s and kickstarting the hunting and tourism operations that made the ranch famous. Many of those exotic breeds still roam the land today, including Axis, Sika, fallow, and blackbuck antelope. Other African species have their own home in a large pasture that is explored on guided tours. These species include wildebeest, Pear David's deer, and the famous YO giraffes, which are partial to hand-fed cookies. These exotic species that were introduced by the Schreiner family live alongside native game such as white-tailed deer, wild turkeys, and javelina. Today, hunting operations and wildlife tourism make up a large portion of the YO's trade. But the most significant residence on the YO is the place where Charlie...
I'm skipping. We don't need to see all the house and everything. We'll just kind of skim through that. Y'all want to see the house? But I'm showing you because there was an unaliving on this ranch.
But the most surprising room in this home is guarded by the original vault door that secured the treasures at the Schreiner Bank in Kerrville. Within this space, several vintage built-ins were constructed to showcase Mr. Schreiner's collection of rare books, antiques, historical artifacts, and historic firearms. Flanked by a fireplace, this room is sure to have been a witness to history in the making as Charlie III planned his ranching enterprises. The history and tradition of the YO continues today. A story of transformation and diversification. From a mercantile to the cattle business to hunting to tourism, the ranch and its owners have consistently found ways to reinvent the land and to pay tribute to the history of this place. A place that must be experienced to be truly appreciated. The YO Ranch Head.
Okay, I played that video for a reason, and that reason is this. There was a big unaliving out there. Big unaliving out there. And we had the trial here in this neck of the woods. It's several years old. However, the brothers of the so-called perpetrator, I'm trying to get to come on to our stream. And I'm trying to get exclusive material, and they are still, he's on his last appeal, but no, Haley Mouse, I'm getting you on, but it would be an exclusive. Hello, Miss Haley Mouse. Let me get you. You're muted. I can't unmute you. Miss Haley Mouse, are you there, love? I'm waiting to hear from you.
Hello. Sorry.
I know that beautiful voice.
How are you, Ada?
I had better starts.
Look, it can only get better.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait, stop. Is the music not muted? I muted the music.
I can't hear anything.
How is it still running? Okay, y'all don't hear any more music? Okay. Well, what were you saying, beloved? Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you. I was saying that it can only get better, Ada. You know, if you start low, you can only go up.
God. Do you know what? It is indicative of how my year went. Just saying. It's indicative of my year. So, I love your icon, Haley. Oh, that is such a two. Oh, that is
I
so
was
cute.
hoping I'd be able to have, got myself camera ready, but no, not organised at all yet.
Darling, you do not have to have makeup on to come onto my live.
Oh, I already went on to Trial TV on Christmas Eve
Who?
without any Trial TV live.
Oh, you
You know,
did?
with Squeegee
Yep.
Justice. I
Yep.
popped on there for a bit, and I'd had I don't drink usually, and I'd had a drink, and yeah, I was on there with no makeup. God knows what I look like.
Oh, come on. Hop on. Come on. Hop on.
Maybe later. We'll see.
So, what time is it there for you?
It is 10 to 5 in the evening.
10 to 5 in the evening. Okay, so you'll
Yep.
have to keep up with me on the time zone. I thought there would be a map that I could look at, that I could sit there. Guess not. Go figure.
Yeah, you'd think that something would be like that for people to sort of track what's happening, and I think that Google has something that shows as it comes, but it's not something you can really share and show kind of thing, I don't think.
I just want to be able to announce.
Yeah.
So if you can find it and just pop me the link, and then that way I can just have it running in the background, because I just want to be able to say Indonesia, Taiwan, or whatever, Arizona.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a state, not a country. Well, that is Arizona time, that's a different time. But anyway, we have a case, like I said, that's already let me read. Let me see if I can read just a little bit of what. Oh, no, of course I can't, because they want you to pay for it. Oh. This is so frustrating. Let me see. I'm trying to find stuff on it, and I can't get synopsis. Oh, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals opinion. Oh, no, okay, here's the background. Oh, I found something. Lucky. So this case is a guy by the name of Eric Daniel Ald, ALD, versus the state of Texas versus him. November 3rd, 2016, Kirk County Sheriff Deputy was dispatched to the ranch to perform a welfare check for Megan's mother reported missing. Megan's mother knew her daughter and her daughter's friends, Brandy Desoris or something like that, had gone to the ranch. While at the ranch, Vasquez spoke to Ald and Stephen, and Ald, living and working on the ranch, told the sheriff that Megan and Brandy were at the ranch, but Megan had returned to San Antonio. Upon November 3rd, Brandy called the Kirk County Sheriff's Office to report information that she had about Megan. The Kerrville Sheriff's Office investigator James Ledford and Captain Carol Twist, which, by the way, I don't give a rat's butt. I'm going to say it. This is my county, and I will say what I want. And if you want to know a crooked deputy sheriff as they come, and guess what, Carol Twit, you can't do anything about it because you don't work for him anymore, and you lost the bid for sheriff. So yeah, I don't like this woman, and she's as crooked as they come. So her name is Carol Twist. I call her Carol Twit. So Carol Twit, I don't think you ever listen to my lives, but if you do, you can bite me. Anyway, Carol Twist traveled to San Antonio to interview Brandy, gathered information, and at issue is the appeal of the two warrants. So long, the physical evidence and warrants. So basically what happened is he's being charged of unaliving Megan and burning her remains. Where have we heard this before? Unaliving someone and burning someone's
Too many
remains.
cases, unfortunately, this year.
Yeah, exactly. But Brandy told Captain Carol Twit, I can't do it. I have to say twit. Eric took her keys and cell phone and refused to let her leave the ranch from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on the 31st or Halloween of 16. So this is a case. Oh, I got to save this. Definitely got to save this. This is a case that is going to be something that I'm going to do a deep dive in because it's a local case. Also, Melody Ferris. Yes, that's exactly. See, here's the thing. I like our current sheriff, but I have personal reasons to absolutely despise the old sheriff and Carol Twist is her name. I call her Twit because let's just say she did something very bad to me in related to my ex-husband going to prison, and something happened to me and she called me a liar just because of who my ex-husband was. And let's just suffice it to say, I can't stand the woman. And I just don't understand when you have people who are in the sheriff's department and everybody who are in legal law enforcement. And I'm going to say this as a general comment because it doesn't just sit with her. At that time, there were multiple people who break the laws and think they're above the laws. When I, as a chaplain, am on scene. Okay. So what happens is the I go to scene and you can smell alcohol on the breath of the deputies. Why are you on scene drunk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the one, is it? Not what you do.
Huh?
It's not what you do, is it? Not wait for them to behave. Mm-mm.
Yeah. So that's the kind of stuff that we were facing here in this county. And luckily there's a new change of guards and we've got good people in there. There's always going to be people who are crooked no matter what department you're in. But at least now we have a sheriff that does care about his constituents and his county. And as far as I know, has been above board and law abiding himself. Yeah, we've got some skeletons in our county. So also, I have a question for you, Haley Mouse, and anybody.
Yeah.
I have tried to find a version of the song Auld Lang Syne copyright free. And every sounds like somebody brought it from the 1980s. And, do
you not like that style of music?
No, I just want the traditional. Okay, Veronica. Or I'm sorry, Ronnie, I do see a map that you gave me, but that is that is the US, which is great. I do know that one. And I will use that when it gets to our time zone. However, I am desperately needing the one like that, but for New Year's. Didn't you say that? Hey, Mouse, did you not say there was a Google thing?
I thought there was, but I can't actually look on my phone at the moment because
what would I Google?
What I actually did find though, because I managed to have a look on something else as I was watching,
no, that's okay.
I've just shared just the name of something on the chat just a second ago.
I just put Google's New Year's Eve time.
There's a thing called timeanddate.com, and that's got a list that's showing us how many minutes till the next one and things. There's a site called timeanddate.com, and that has got a running list which shows us when it's going to be midnight, basically. It's showing us who's already had midnight and who's coming up next. Like, for example, in about 1 minute and a half, you've got Jakarta in Bangkok and Hanoi and
oh my gosh, there's so many different things to choose from. Holy crap. Now I don't know what to choose from.
This one, I clicked on multi-time zone countdown on the bit at the bottom of this. There's like a bit further down the page, and that's got a list, and it's got a running clock that telling you as the seconds tick.
I'm not even seeing that on my page.
Let me see.
Multi-time countdown.
Here we go. The description of that is year 2025 countdown. Oh, what does that say? hang on.
Their New Year's countdown. Okay, that's my time, but not their time. That's just my time. Okay, I don't want my time. World. Okay, wait.
Countdown around the world.
Okay, I got it.
something
But
like that.
guess what? I can't see.
New
I
Year
can't see the
countdown
names.
world map under timers.
Okay.
And there's different ways to view it. You can
Beijing.
either see. There you go.
Wait. But the problem is 12:59. All right. So right now it just dinged. Okay. Happy New Year's to Russia. Russia, parts of China, Bangladesh. Happy New Year to you, India. India, Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's to, well, those are 30 minutes for some of those. Laos, Happy New Year. Thailand, Happy New Year. Singapore, Happy New Year. Yeah, you rock, Haley Mouse. Okay, Haley Mouse.
Did that
Let's
work?
start it worked. Hallelujah. Okay. Now, Haley Mouse, let's start having some fun questions. I am going to open up the board. I'm in trouble. You can text it, you can call it, or your Haley Mouse, you can ask me if you want. Any question. It's going to be a day where people can drill Ada. Oh, that's scary. We're going to have a time where you guys can just ask me anything you want. But for you, Haley Mouse, did you do any New Year's resolutions last year?
Did I do? I'm not really a resolution kind of person because I don't like that thing when you feel like you haven't done what what you've expected to do. So hang on a minute, I'm going to move rooms to the kettle. Oh, there's got a TV on there. Actually, I can't. I hit the kettle. It's boiling. Can you handle that sound?
Okay, and
Let me just All right, thanks, Dan. Sorry, my husband's just turned the telly off for me for a minute. That's better. Right, yeah. So I'm not really a resolution kind of person, but I did have things to do. I wanted to be able to get in better shape, get out more, see family more, those sorts of things. And I did none of it, Ada. I put on weight and I did less. How about you?
Yeah, but right now I can't get this thing to go away. Can you hear the music in the background?
No.
No? See, that's the frustration is with this music thing. It has to be like, no, that's not what I want. No, that's. Can you hear it now?
No.
You can't hear any music.
No.
Dagnabbit. See, I have to have it on the back in the background for you. I have to have this I have to have that up for you guys to hear the music. And you don't hear the music there?
I don't know.
Okay, never mind. See, that's what I'm talking about. I can't do the music thing. Okay, New Year's resolutions for me. I normally don't set them. I always do a year in review of what I did in my life and how I feel about my life. I like to look back at the good times and try to forget the bad times. This year, my sister had gotten diagnosed with cancer just a week or two before Christmas. And so New Year's for me was really, really, really all about her. It's just, it was more or less spend more time with her. It was focused towards her.
Yeah.
This year, I'm not setting a resolution, but I normally don't write my goals down. I'm not one of those kind of people who like to write goals and do all this kind of crazy stuff and go crazy at the new year. So, but I am going to take a week in the near future to do a lot of reflection. I'm 54 years old this year. Okay, Bangladesh is new. Okay, I got it up. We got it up. But for me, I'm going to take a week and I'm going to do a lot of reflection because I'm at a point in my life, I've got some decisions to make. Number one, career wise, I really would love to just be able to stick with YouTube and make a career of it and get my degree. I'm going to have to take this one off because it's not comfortable. Well, none of them really are. People don't realize if the crown is not comfortable, you're wearing it right. But I got to figure out what I'm going to do with my education. Number one, goal wise education is I'd love to either get a master's degree or go to law school. I don't know which. So I've got to make that decision because I graduate at the end of this year, end of 25. Yay! I only spent 3 semesters to get a bachelor's degree, and that's a lot of hard work. I'm really cramming a lot. Number 2, I am trying to get healthier, lose weight, not because it's a new year, but there's a lot of things I want to do in life. Life is too short, and I can't do them in my condition now, although my condition now is not because I eat a lot of bad food and I'm an unhealthy person, although I do love my hamburgers, steaks and potatoes, but it's more medicine and medical related. So
Yeah.
it's just overall get myself less weight. I may have to have knee surgery on both knees. I have a knee that has no ACL at all. It was
Ouchie.
exploded, and I have gone 13 years on a knee with no ACL.
Oh,
Hmm.
that's
That's
hard.
rare. That's rare. And it's not
Very
painful at all.
painful.
I have
Oh,
no
really?
discomfort, no pain, nothing. Then
Wow.
the other knee is I have a torn meniscus from a car accident. Now that one gives me more trouble. So I've got to face that. So I'm hoping by losing, and also I want to get to where I can go do light hiking. I will never be a heavy hiker, but I want to be able to go hiking. I want to get out. So I guess some of my, I hate to use the word New Year's Eve resolutions, but one of my goals this year is I want to try and go, starting in March, I want to try and go camping once a month somewhere. Um, I'm also going to start another YouTube section of my channel somehow. It's going to be a deaf girl glamping,
I
or
still think that's such a good idea.
and or camping. But it's going to be for disabled people because I'm also sometimes in a wheelchair. So I want to be able to show people that you can get certain types of tents and things that you can set up if you have some mobility or disabilities. Also, I want to be able to show people that even in a wheelchair, I can enjoy the outdoors. I want to go find some really good places that are disabled friendly. I'm going to start traveling. I want to go to some powwows. I want to start living a little more, I guess is what I'm
Mm.
trying to say. So those are kind of the things that I want to do, but my focus is my education in this channel. I really, really have gotten to a point to where we've kind of plateaued. I don't really have any new subscriptions this month. I mean, I'm kind of lost in gain, so I've kind of balanced out. But my goal is to be self-supportive on this channel because if I'm self-supported, then I can support other people. And I want to support people who can't work because of their disabilities, but could do like I want to have a paid mod boss. I want to have a couple of paid mods because that way I have consistency and stuff. I want to be able to bless the mods that volunteer financially a couple times a year. I want to be able to do those kind of things. I appreciate all my mods, and I've asked this before of my mods, but never got it. I would love all my mods to send me their full names, addresses, and phone numbers because every once in a while I want to send them a blessing and
Aw,
surprise them
that's
with
so sweet. But
it may be money, it
we're
may
here just to help
be art,
you.
it may be something. But you guys do a good job and help me. Like Ronnie's been with me from day one. She, and I want to be able to love on my people. This is a team effort, and if I do well, y'all do well, and that's kind of how I want to see this. I'm not here to just elevate myself on the back of other people's work. And I've been through a lot of telemarketing. I've done a lot of multi-level marketing careers. And I'm at the point right now that I want to bless those who help me. But I can't bless those who help me unless I get finances coming in. So we're going to have some good changes in the beginning. There we go.
That's
God,
great.
finally got
That's really, really good targets there, Ada, though. It's, in one way that's quite a lot, but that's spread over 12 months, isn't it? So I think that, for example, like your camping thing and stuff like that, to sort of give yourself a target of hoping to do once a month or something, I think that's really, really quite realistic and stuff. And it's going to be, that could be really inspirational for people as well, to help them to venture out and do more with their lives and stuff. But, yeah, but all of
yeah.
those things, I know that you can get there. You've got time. You've got a whole 12 months to chip away at things. And you've had a tough year this year, and you've been trying to do things. You've had things going on like with your sister and that, and all these things sort of delayed things and made you have to step back or whatever. And hopefully, fingers crossed, this year can be a year that you won't have as many things chipping away and holding you back.
I hope so. I have a daughter who might be getting engaged. She will be
Oh,
this year, and she will be hopefully graduating at the end of this year. And she too has a lot of wonderful new things happening for her. And so I told her fiance, I said, I better see this ring. You got to get my stamp of approval before you give it to her. I'm being such a snot. I told him, you will have a sit down with me before you pop the question. And it was kind of funny. I told him, I'm so mean. I told him that when he started dating her, that if he ever hurt her, I have multiple lead shooters.
oh
And,
dear.
and I said, you can see too right here. Oh my gosh, it was so funny. I scared the living crap out of him.
Oh my goodness.
I was
Needs it
joking.
though.
Of course, it was a joke, y'all. You got to understand Texas joke, okay? You got to understand the humor. But my oh, I'm looking at this wrong. Okay, my bad. Okay, so anyway, so for me, it was one of those things that I just basically said, you hurt her, you're going to deal with me. I have lived a long 53 years or whatever it was. And I said, guess what? I don't mind spending the rest of my life in prison for my daughter.
Oh dear.
And he's
Well,
a cute guy. He's a really
it's
nice
really
guy. I
good.
really like him.
It's good
He's
that
really,
she's got a mum like you.
huh?
It's good that she's got a mum like you, though. You kind of have to be the lion because you're the one who's there for her. So,
Well,
yeah.
both of my children are miracle babies. I had 13 miscarriages between giving birth to 2 children. And it was very brutal pregnancies. I was on bed rest through both pregnancies, and both of my children, I almost lost them multiple times in pregnancy. In fact, my son, I was told I had lost him, and I was told to go home and pass him, and and
Mhm.
luckily he
They were
survived by the
wrong.
grace of God
Yeah.
and a sheer miracle, because when I went back in, they were ready to do a DNC, and they did the ultrasound, and I'm laying there sobbing because I've seen too many ultrasounds with unalived fetuses, and
Yeah.
years with all my miscarriages. And the nurse said, well, we need you to look at the screen. I'm like, I'm not going to look and verify with you. Find somebody else. I can't look again. I can't do this another time. And
Yeah.
the lady turned my head physically, and they put hi mom, and his little hand flipper was moving
Oh,
in my womb, and he was alive. Somehow they said the placenta had pulled away from my body, and that he was gone, and somehow part of it stuck, it reattached. It was a sheer miracle. They said there's just no other way to describe it. And he's
meant
now
to
going
be.
on 25 years old in a month and a half. So, but both my children are miracle babies. And some people say, I can't believe you had so many miscarriages. Well, I had ovarian cancer at the age of 27 years of age, and it
Mm.
does a lot. But I am not just a lioness. I'm every wild animal on the planet when it comes to my children. And sometimes
Yep.
it would embarrass them and upset them, but guess what? You're here. I'm the one who fought for you.
Yeah.
And I tell my kids all the time, no one will fight for you more than I have. No one has fought for you more than I ever have. I mean, no one has fought for you more than I have, nor will they. So,
No, that's good.
yeah.
They're just
So
lucky they've
I'm
got
glad for
you.
children. I had to have a hysterectomy after a year after my daughter's birth. So there you go. That's my child question. That's my children story. Yeah, a lot of them happened even before you know that you're pregnant, but most of mine happened between 8 and I did give birth to 22-week twins.
Oh,
And that was hard. But I had 13 miscarriages. That's 14 kids. And I have a basketball team in heaven.
party when it's your time.
Huh?
It'd be a party when it's your time.
Well, yeah, and
everyone there.
Tracy, and I don't want to cry, but when Tracy passed, I said, Tracy loved my babies.
Oh, they'll be taking care of her.
Go meet your nieces and nephews.
Mm-hmm.
So I have peace knowing that she's there.
She's got a whole clan with her, hasn't she? Bless her.
She's got a big family there no matter what. But yeah, but that was just something that was just real sweet. Just a sweet thought, seeing her with my babies.
It is comforting, isn't it? I've been very lucky that I haven't been in that position, but my sister has. And I don't think that anything can explain the feeling of the loss of a child, whether it's before or after they arrive. And I do think it is great comfort when you know people who've passed are going to be with them as well. Because then you know that your babies aren't alone anymore.
Thank you, Toxic. Yes. Yeah. I really, really struggled for a long time until someone made that kind of joke. Hey, you got a basketball team in heaven or whatever.
Yeah.
You got a sports team in heaven. I was like,
I do honestly think humor is just the way through everything. I really do. I do think there are ways that we can find humor in everything that helps us to get by. And that is such a great example. Ages basketball team.
You know, it's really interesting. We watch all these trials, and I really struggle because sometimes I know what trauma can do to a person's body, mind, and soul. If you knew all the trauma I've gone through, a lot of people would be utterly shocked. But the thing is that there comes a point where you snap. And I think the lady, and I can't think of her name right now, I'm really bad at this, but the one who unalived her baby and tried to unalive herself, I think that in reality, I think she had enough. And I will tell you, I've been in a situation where I was close to it. And not with my children, but just with my
Chloe
son.
Driver.
Huh? Yeah.
Chloe Driver, the 22-year-old.
Chloe Driver, yeah. Thank you. And I'm not unaliving my child, but you just get to a point where the pain is so bad and there's no hope. And I tell people in the situation, no matter what you're going through, if you have an ounce of hope, you have something. Hold on to that. If you don't have hope and you have people in your life that do, hold on to their hope. But if you don't have hope anywhere in the situation, that's when you do what Chloe Driver did. And do I believe she deserves to be punished to a certain point? Yes, I actually do. But do I believe mental health and healing is more important? Absolutely. Do I believe that the people who caused her to do what she did? Absolutely. I believe they need to be held accountable.
Yeah,
just because
that's frustrating, isn't it?
And on the weapon does not mean that she was the one pulling the weapon in psychologically. And that's frustrating.
Very. I think that's an interesting thing that we have to see all the time when we see cases, is that, I don't know about you, but I really do feel in almost all of the cases we see, there is other people peripherally there that I think probably were in some way responsible for things and should perhaps have taken some kind of blame. And I think that's just the way it is. But
Yeah.
that Chloe case was the worst, I think, for other people definitely having a hand in it, because she would never be the person she was and in the situation she was if it wasn't for what other people had done to her. No way. They
Wow.
just broke her down, didn't they?
Wow. Oh, Ronnie, I absolutely love this. If your New Year's resolution is to be better prepared for trial, subscribe to As the Gavel Drops on Discord. Yes. Yes. Definitely.
Perfect advertising.
Absolutely perfect. We're going to use that again. I experienced PTSD this morning. A pediatric patient who's my space name, Boat, and I were in chat this morning, and someone was out and about. I thought it was. Oh, sorry about that, love. Wow, I'm so sorry. So, what are your New Year's traditions where you're from?
Where I am?
Mm-hmm.
Where I am, what do people usually do? Yeah, most people would they have like all things going on at houses, pubs, and things like that. And people just get together, have a party. We always have on our main sort of TV channels. There's sort of some sort of show things leading up to midnight, and sort of get the two main channels that run things may have all different acts on, different singers and things like that, sort of working up to midnight, and then they'll shoot to Big Ben down at the Thames, and they'll wait for the bell to ring in to hit midnight, and then they have usually it's a firework display. What they have is loads of music set to it as well, so that you hear the music thing being played, and then all the fireworks are in rhythm and all that kind of stuff. But they've actually in the last few years also brought in drones with it, and I think they're trying to get away from the fireworks and do the drones instead. And like what they have at the minute, they have like all the sort of pyrotechnics coming off the London Eye, the Great Big Wheel, and things like that. So it's really spectacular to see. They do things. I went down to one year to Leicester Square as well, which is one of the big places with like the big stone lions and things down there. And all it is just lots of people getting really drunk and cold because you're outside, and you're not allowed to have your own alcohol in the street and stuff. You have to sort of pop in and out to pubs and then try and get to that bit, and they can, it's all drunk people getting cold. But to be honest, we don't really do a great deal with New Year, us as a family. We do occasionally sort of meet up and do something together, but since I was younger, I did too much partying when I was younger. That's the problem. Much too much. What do you do, Ada? Anything your end?
I've got all lang syne going off in my ears 100 times. Let me get all that off. Oh my gosh. How did I do that? Do y'all hear it?
No, kind of.
Where's
no, not now.
playing? I'm like, where's it playing? I don't know where it's playing.
I can kind of hear something.
I know.
I can't hear what it is. You can kind of. I think it sounds like I can hear something coming from someone's earphones or something.
I love it, but it won't stop. I don't know where it is.
You're going to have to leave it going as well, because you might not be able to get it again later.
But I got to find where it is. I thought I closed it out because I think it's in Discord. There it is. Could you hear that? Could y'all hear that?
I could only hear something a bit tinny that sounded a bit like it was some noise from someone's earphones, but no detail. Couldn't hear anything specific.
Well, oh my gosh, y'all.
Just reading a couple of these things in
why
chat,
don't you read
Ada.
some of the chats while I figure out how I did this. Okay, let's see. Someone sent me some. Okay, here's the thing, guys. You guys are sending me the stuff out of YouTube, but my problem is I can't play it unless I put it on screen. And I have done my own little thing for our New Year's Eve. I just need the song. I just need a link to the song that's not a YouTube version. That's what I need. I don't know how to put it it just needs to be like a sound bite. Where is my sound bite, people? That's the word I'm looking for. I did Toxic. I accidentally clicked on it and I wasn't even on the right page. So anyway, with that, around here, well, typical, the Americans go to their bars or pubs, whatever they want to call them. And a lot of times we sit there and a lot of people just cook and eat at home and then do the big, what's the word I'm looking for? The big fireworks display at the town square type thing.
Yeah.
And do that. And then they go and, it's not very crazy, for the lack of a better term. And I accidentally lost that webpage with the time clock. So we'll go back there. Google. What was that?
It was.
I'm Googling it. Google.
It was New Year Countdown. It's timeanddate.com. Timeanddate.com.
Thank you. I was trying to get everything all cleared up. Timeanddate.com. So, but anyway, I would like to start a tradition in my family where we're actually camping or somewhere. I really do. I really want to get in a position to where I can take my family on a vacation and ring in the new year every year in a different place. That is something I would love to do. Life is get away from where I'm at. Ideally, honestly, my heart's desire is I've never been in snow. We've snowed in Texas, but like Colorado snow, mountain snow, skiing snow. So I would love to next year to make enough money to be able to take my son, my daughter, and her future husband to be engaged maybe. And for all four of us to go to Colorado or somewhere and spend Christmas Eve through New Year's Day there.
Amazing. That would be great, wouldn't it?
That would be great. Okay, in 2 minutes, Nepal will be, Myanmar will be. Happy New Year's in 2 minutes in Myanmar. Some people, yeah. Now, our old traditions was I would lay out a spread when we were all home together, a spread of finger foods. We'd have movies, they'd play games, and they'd pass out just before it was time to go celebrate.
We've
and watch
many
it
a
on
time
TV.
we tend to stay awake until after 12. The boys tend to be awake and stuff, even if it's just us at home and we're not doing anything. But the amount of times that we're watching something or doing something and then we've looked and said, oh, it's gone midnight, and we've forgotten. We've we're watching for it coming up and then been distracted when it's actually come. Yeah. Clearly we're really bothered about it here.
Sorry, my nose itches. I shout Toxic. So, this core. Let's see. Ooh, I love the Scottish. I'm taking a music theory class. That's a possibility. Nice. And it's quite in depth, but luckily I was a music major. And no, I think this is going to be the classic. Yay! I love you, Toxic. Love you, Toxic. You did it, Toxic. Ah, I love you. love you, Toxic. You did it. Okay, let's see if I can add it to my collection. Let's see if I can add this to my collection. We'll see. Let me go to downloads. Click it. Let's see if it goes. Did it go? Did it happen? Are we there? It's processing. Sometimes things don't download, by the way. Y'all. No.
Oh.
Y'all can't hear it. There's no sound. Give me a minute. That's why.
We can hear that.
We got it. Okay, yeah. I'm just trying to get it where it's not too loud. Is that too loud?
No, it's lovely.
Great. Okay,
And ever brought to mind.
I'm going to sign it while y'all sing it. So,
Ooh.
yay, yay, yay. Okay, so it just hit. Happy New Year's in Myanmar. Okay, there we go. So, this is so awesome.
Yeah, what have we got? We've got Myanmar and Cocoa Islands. I wish I could speak any of these languages to know how to say these names.
I know, right?
Yangon.
Okay, let me get back to the map. Okay, so we have Happy New Year, Myanmar. We have Happy New Year in Russia. I'm just saying parts of Russia. Let me refresh. Because if you don't refresh it, it doesn't quite say it. India, Happy New Year. Almost New Year in, well, India, you got one more hour. Nepal has 45 minutes. Bhutan, Happy New Year, Bhutan. Happy New Year in far, far, far tip near Bangladesh. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to Laos, China. I can't even say it. Can't say it. Can't say it. But Happy New Year's, everybody. And it's on repeat. Okay. Stop that.
Ada, I've just noticed something really cool on this. You know that time and date site? If you scroll down to the bottom of the page, you can create your own countdowns on here as well.
What do you, what? Where?
When you scroll down, there's a create your own countdown showing on mine. So should you ever need to use a countdown for something.
On that, wait, I have the map text countdown. Time zone map countdown, multiple countdowns, time schedule, graphical countdowns, New Year countdowns. Yeah, but I can't share all that. Yeah, that is so cool. I'm saving this site. It is awesome.
Something to look at, isn't it?
It is. I'm going to share the screen so people know what we're talking about. So let's give them a visual. How about we do that? Let's give a visual and bring this. So, of course, this advertisement's going to be there. So here we are. This is what I'm looking at. And let me refresh the page because every so many. So just 3 minutes ago, here we are in Myanmar. There is their countdown. So here is, they don't even have Kerrville, Texas on here. Why? I'm just so disappointed. We are in 12 hours and 26 minutes. I'm like, no. We're going to be here a long time. But I will be trying to stay alive at least through California. I am not going to stay alive. I'm not going to stay live for Alaskan time. That's 15 hours from now. Nope, not going to happen. 1,000 points of light. If anybody
where's your
doesn't get it.
dedication?
Girl, if
You have
y'all
to have 2 streams as well.
okay, if y'all want me to stay alive that long, there's gonna have to be some funding, hon.
I was going to say serious super
It's gonna be
chat.
some serious coffee funding. Y'all, it would have to be serious coffee funding.
Definitely.
I'll tell you what, if I hit $500 in super chats, I will do it.
I'm only kidding. You shouldn't be having to go that long.
I'll do a
It's only as
24-hour live.
long as your viewers are here.
I'll do a 24-hour live if I hit $500 in super chats. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Hold on. Yes, son.
Hungry?
This is for all day. You want a bite? You can have a bite. Prosciutto.
Did you just see your feast? You have to love this, people. Clearly, Ada's son has just seen her goodies that she's got there, her snacks to keep her going for the stream. And he's just said,
So
hungry.
my hearing aids, sorry, what'd you say, love?
I was just telling them what I just heard with you when your son had come in and said, hungry.
Well,
And he's obviously thought you're being greedy with your snacks.
oh, well, you don't realize what I have sitting here, y'all. I'm gonna put me on big screen. Okay.
See? Sensible. You need to make sure you're taken care of.
And they're healthy snacks. Oh, I love me. I need to, do you know what? I can't be using my hands. Okay. I love me some mozzarella. Would help if I get my chopsticks right. I love mozzarella and tomato.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff.
Now, as a part of my eating healthy, I'm a fast eater. Real fast eater. And my doctor keeps telling me, you got to slow down, girl. You have to slow down. Because I guess moms and people who are always on the go and being a firefighter, first responder, and being in a lot of high stress situations.
You haven't got any choice, yeah. You kind of have to eat it now or you don't get to eat. Yeah.
Do you have sound on your end in the background?
No.
I wonder.
I just hear you.
Hold on. That may be my son. Let me shut my door. I had a sound coming through that wasn't you or I. I think it was my son. My mic is pretty good. So, my doctor was telling me that in order for me to, I eat so fast, I just kind of fill my gut up and I don't really chew my food and all that. He says, I want you eating with chopsticks. Smaller portions, and it slows you down.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, no, they do say that the slower you eat, the better, because the slower you're eating, it's better for your digestive system anyway to have smaller bits to go through. But it helps your body to recognize when it's full and things like that. So the slower you eat, often you'll feel fuller quicker.
Mm-hmm.
So then you don't end up, and if your actual stomach inside shrinks, that means going forward, all of your meals are going to be a little bit smaller, and that makes a difference going forward, doesn't it? So, but it does help your digestion, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the thing is, the more you chew your food, if you can chew your food almost to an applesauce consistency before you swallow it, your body's going to process the nutrition better.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, get it in, get it done type mentality. Yeah, baby food. Mm-hmm.
I'm the opposite. I'm a really slow eater. I always have been.
Well, and I'm
That's,
also
that's part of the mouse nickname, because it was, my mum always said it was like little nibble nibble.
oh, how sweet.
So
Well, French Women Don't Get Fat, great book. Excuse me. Well, and part of me is that I'm also a military brat. And I always thought it was fun when I was really young and we'd go to the cafeteria or the lunch place. Not the cafeteria, what did we call it? I can't forget now. But we would go there and eat, and all these training. Yeah. And all these training trainees would be coming through, boot campers, and they only had like 8 minutes to eat. And I would try to out eat them. Chow hall. Yep. And
surprise people, eh?
I was all like, let's see who could eat this the fastest. And I was skinny. I mean, actually, I graduated high school at 89 pounds, 5'2.5", 5'3"
Teeny.
I was teeny
Absolutely
tiny.
teeny.
And I could eat anybody under the bus. I would eat so much food, my mother couldn't keep up. And I wasn't anorexic, but I was also in the marching band. I was a major. I was in the youth orchestra, youth symphony. I was in choir. I was going.
Yeah, super busy.
Just going. Yes, hello, who's here? Oh, Sensei. The dog wanted him. So anyway, so that's where that was with me. So I did buy some bubbly. I got 2 different kinds. I'm not sure which one I'm gonna drink when we hit. I may tip into one of them before. We'll see. But anyways, we got the Auld Lang Syne. I got the words pulled up. I had a little brain quake. So in ASL, in American Sign Language, Auld Lang Syne, should old acquaintance be forgot? Forget friends old, or forget old friends. Never brought to mind means remember no more.
Ada,
remember what?
if you just take down Debbie's comment on the screen, because I can't see your hands when they drop lower on the screen.
There we go.
Yeah.
Should old acquaintance be forgot at Auld Lang Syne? Does anybody know what Auld Lang Syne actually means? What does Auld Lang Syne mean? Without Googling.
I've looked at this before, but I cannot remember. It's obviously something old. I think it's like for your the people gone or something like that. The love of the past or something. Oh, I can't remember now. I'm definitely going to Google that now.
It's long time since. Uh-oh.
Oh, is it?
Long time since. Sorry about that. Hold on.
I think he's going to get himself in trouble.
I'll be right back.
So, on the actual Google translation, it says that Auld Lang Syne is times long past, but when it's like being used in the song kind of thing, it's for old time's sake. So how about a drink for Auld Lang Syne before we start our argument. Yeah. So for old time's sake.
So yeah, or the and what I pulled up is the phrase "Auld Lang Syne" is from 1788 Scottish poem by Robert Burns. Is literally translates to old long since. So yeah. So in ASL for Auld Lang Syne, it's just going to be this. Ever since. So it would look like, should old acquaintance be forgot and never remind? I can't say it and sign it because it's hard. Can you read it and I sign it?
Yeah.
Okay, you read it and I sign it.
Give me a sec. I'll just quickly bring the thing up. Take a word off this to bring the right result up. Right. Sorry, my tablet wants to be slow. Right. So, should old acquaintance be forgot
Keep doing
and
it.
never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot in the days of Auld Lang Syne? For Auld Lang Syne, my dear, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll drink a cup of kindness yet for the sake of Auld Lang Syne. And
Okay.
surely, you want to keep going or not? Quite a lot more to it.
People don't know these verses.
And surely you will buy your cup, and surely I'll buy mine. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of Auld Lang Syne. We two who've this is going to jump to, I think at this point you'd usually sing the Auld Lang Syne again. Do you want me to just go through the verses?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. We two who paddled in the stream from morning sun till night, the seas between us roared and swelled since the days of Auld Lang Syne.
Wait a minute, you have a different verse there. Mine is, we too have run about the slopes and picked the daisy fine, but we've wandered many and weary foot since Auld Lang Syne.
Do you know what? I've just realised.
Paddled the stream from morning till dine. Yeah, so morning till dinner. But seas between us.
This is Rod Stewart's version, I've realised.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Probably why. Rod Stewart. Rod Stewart.
Oh, why did you do that, Rod Stewart? So, but anyway, yeah. So anyway. That's funny.
I'm just trying to see if I've got. Do you want to keep going or not? I'm just trying to see.
That is interesting. Yeah, I turned mine. I clicked off mine, but let me see. Here it is. Go ahead and go on.
I have to get another one up, don't I? Which one should I look for?
Wait, I got the original. The Standard English, the Scots Pronunciation Guide. Oh, should all acquaintance be forgot? On
the sake of Auld Lang Syne.
I gotta show you this. This is funny.
Me old acquaintance be forgot for the sake of Auld Lang Syne.
Okay, there it is. Do you see the Scottish one right here? Should old acquaintance, am I doing it nearly? Be forgot and never brought to mind? Did old acquaintance be forgot and Auld Lang Syne? And surely you'll be your pint stop.
Surely you'll be your. I can't see it. It's too small on my screen. I'm on the phone, so I can't see it. I'm just trying to see why I can't bring up.
Is that better? And surely be.
Oh yeah, I can zoom.
And
surely you'll be your pint stop. What's the actual word? Hang on. And surely you'll be your pint cup.
Yep.
I don't know why it's saying it.
Surely, pint.
And surely I'll be mine.
And
That'll
we'll
be
take
mine.
a cup of kindness yet for Old Lang Syne. We
Auld Lang Syne.
Hey. Oh my gosh, look at this one.
We twee. Hi.
What?
I rin about the brace. And food. Food instead of picked. Oh dear. And food the going spin.
Going fine? FYN? Fine? Beat we've wandered Monet?
Oh, money. A weary feet. A weary fit. That's it. Yeah. St. Auld Lang Syne.
Okay, here's the original
It
version.
sounds like a complete fucking language, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
Okay. Maybe we ought to get drunk and then we can really read it good. So the Burns original Scots version, should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind, should old acquaintance be forgotten, never really saying. And surely you'll be your pint now. And surely I'll bring mine. And we'll take a cup of kindness yet for Auld Lang Syne. We twa have run about the breeze. I can't do it. Anyway.
Breeze?
Breeze? I now sound Scottish.
You're very good at that Scottish accent there.
Well, I am Irish.
Oh.
Maybe it's coming natural. So anyway, let's look at the history. Robert Burns sent a copy of this original song to the Scots Musical Museum in 1788 with the remark, the following song, an old song of the old times, and which was never been in print, nor even manuscript until I took it down from an old man. Some of the lyrics were indeed collected rather than composed by the poet. Shows considerable similarity to the first verse in the chorus of Brian's letter or poem, almost certainly divided the Auld Lang Syne, to quote from his thing. Okay. There we go. So I'm going to do this. I've got to go take a little ladies break. I will be right back. I'm going to let you talk for one moment, though. I apologize, but I will be right back.
You go for it. Okay.
Hold on.
My husband has ordered the boys McDonald's, and I've just been handed another Grimace milkshake and thought they were finished doing them. There you go. Have another. I have to watch another tablet to see what any of you are saying. I can't see. Sorry, you may be able to hear my son in the background there. What has everyone got planned today? Are any of you actually doing anything this evening with anyone? Oh, sorry to hear that, Debbie. I haven't been feeling 100% for a few days. I'm not sure whether it's a chesty thing or a digestion thing or what's going on, to be quite honest. I haven't been feeling well and haven't getting a bit of a pain across my chest. Mm. That could be what my problem is, Debbie. Maybe, I'm not sure.
Hello, I'm back. Sorry. This is going to happen apparently a little bit here during the day because the little girl's got to go to the bathroom. Hi, Sensei. So anyway, where are we at, guys? How are y'all doing?
Very good.
Protein shake? What are y'all talking about? Protein shakes? Okay, let's. So anyway, the Old Lang Syne song. A lot of people don't realize the history of it. They just sing it and move on. But there's a lot of good history to it. Oh, here's this actual written music originally. Hey, that's cool. I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of a music class right now that I have to take. I don't understand this. Why do I have to take a music something another or drama for a degree in criminal justice? I don't get it.
Did I get a bit confused with what you were enrolled for?
One thing I really like about other colleges outside of the US is you actually study stuff that is pertinent to your degree after you graduate the high school level or the, what is it called? Secondary?
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't understand why I'm having
Our
to
high
do,
school secondary, yeah.
yeah, I don't understand why I have to sit here and study all this stuff like I've had all my government, I've had all my history in secondary or high school. Why do I have to take it 2 more years of this? You know, it's like it's just a money making scheme, and I shouldn't have to. I had to take drama. I have to take some kind of a liberal arts. I just, why do we have to take all that? It has nothing to
I
do.
think sometimes the drama can help, can't it, with your presence if you're going to try and be in court or something. That can
Girl,
kind of help you to be confident in speaking and all that kind of stuff. But
but I
I
still
know what
have
you
to take
mean.
public speaking. I still have to take a speaking class. I'm like, y'all, look what I do. What am I doing now? Bangladesh is in 3 minutes.
AD, you've got no experience speaking to people.
No, I was a sweet Adeline. I did opera. I sang barbershop quartet. I competed with choruses and quartets. I have sung in front of over 50,000 people. Placed top 5 in the world, placed top 9 in the world, and I don't think I'm going to have a problem whatsoever in speaking. Well, performing. I don't get stage fright actually. Yeah, I don't understand drama. Music, not for what I do, not for the degree plan I'm going into. I don't think that, I mean, okay, let's talk about music. I picked up the clarinet at the end of my 4th grade year in elementary school because my aunt gave me hers in preparation for me going into 6th grade, and I wanted it early, and she gave it to me, and I was playing it before I even got into the first year band. I was very bored in first year band because I already knew how to at least play it until about the 2nd or 3rd 6 weeks. of school, then I really started learning something. By the time I was in 7th grade, the next grade, I was in the San Antonio Youth Symphony. And if anybody doesn't know anything about that, the youth symphonies and youth orchestras of America, you have to be good. Yeah, and you audition and you have to be good. And I auditioned and I got in the first try. And I was in it for 5 years. I was a substitute bass clarinetist for the San Antonio Symphony, substitute percussionist, and also visiting percussionist for the Symphony of San Antonio. I was in the high school, junior high, and high school band. I was in marching band. I was in concert band, got all top marks at competitions. I was first year state in choir, first year state in band, bass clarinet. I marched in bands. I'm a drum major. I think I had enough music, don't you? And I also was in music
Wow.
competition to where you had to listen to a piece of music and you had to be able to tell who the composer was. And you had to answer a bunch of questions about the arrangement. What key is it in? What melodic this and that? I mean, and we competed with this. I'm like, I have enough music. Thank you very much. Not to meaning 11 years barbershopping.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's mad, doesn't it? I don't understand. I do know that with some courses, I just had a thought. I was thinking, I know that with some courses, you do have something with something. And I was thinking, yeah, because my older sister did. But you know what, I just realised my sister was studying law. When my sister was studying law over here, she did law and then she did Italian with it. And it's like, what does she need the Italian for? She didn't need it for anything, but they made her take it. It's like, why? She didn't need to take it, and she's never used it. It's really quite bizarre. Really? Is it a law thing? They make you take other things with it, even over here.
But like when I was in American Sign Language, we had to take Greek and Latin roots.
That doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does, because we have. Well, here's the thing: we have to be certified in English, as if you were from Spain coming to the U.S. and lived here, and then you wanted to be a translator. You have to pass an exam called the English Proficiency Exam.
Yeah.
But in American Sign Language, you are proficient in both English and sign language because you're taking it from a sign language format and putting it in exact English. And a lot of people don't have good English. So we have to pass proficiency, and we're actually certified in both ASL and English. Well, a lot of words are Greek and Latin roots. Especially medical, legal.
Oh, yeah, for
and
sure.
when you're interpreting, you need to at least understand the basis of Greek and Latin roots. But I don't remember a damn thing. I don't remember a dang thing.
It's really helped you then.
Well, I do know that certain words, medical words, just by hearing them, because of a little bit of it, I already knew. But yeah, I haven't made that. I haven't taken I have not become certified yet. I'm going to go for my national, which means I'm going to have to revisit some of that stuff. I took ballet tap at 5, started piano lessons at 6, choir, elementary school, did theater, marching band, orchestra, in high school, did community theater. Oh, how cool. Sorry, someone's calling. Hold on. I hate it when your pharmacy calls you with a special notice of your prescription that is due. Okay, we do have a Happy New Year to do. I missed it. Happy New Year, Nepal. Yay, Nepal.
May old acquaintance be forgot. Oh, wrong part.
There we go. Here you go.
Be forgotten, never brought to mind. May old acquaintance be forgot for the sake of old time. Congratulations, Nepal.
Yes, congratulations, Nepal, and everybody around Nepal. Happy New Year. May it be full of blessings. May it be full of blessings, y'all. The next will be India, Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan?
Kazakh with a K.
Yeah,
Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan. That's where Borat is from.
Who?
Borat. It's a film.
Who? No, I'm kidding.
Borat.
Okay, and then I'm looking up and down. Oh, who is this way down here? It says France, but it's a little dot in the middle of the ocean. French Southern Territories in 1 hour. Oh, we've already done that. I'm sorry. I got to refresh my page. So we need to find some games and some things to play, some things to do. Already into New Year. So we have, gosh, we got all these countries. We got a lot of stuff coming up in 55 minutes. So let me go. I'm
Yeah, it
keeping my,
seems to be a much more populated sort of section, isn't it? A lot of times,
yeah,
doesn't it?
it's coming up. Yep. Took voice lessons. Yeah. Felt a calling to be a nurse. But if not, your mom took you how to dance. I don't know how to dance. My family, we weren't allowed to dance. Music major in Christian college. Yeah. I wanted to be one of back in the late 80s, early 90s, you did not really have female marching band directors, high school directors, head directors.
Oh,
You had
interesting.
and that's what I wanted to be, but well, didn't happen. It did not happen. Did not happen. So there you go. A lot of things, life changed. All right. So let's talk about some of the cases this year. We're going back and forth.
I'm just going to have to pop to the loo, Ada. I'll be back shortly.
You?
Yeah,
I missed what you said. You're going to be back shortly?
Yeah, I'm just going to pop to the loo.
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove you here and mute you on my end. I'm just going to mute you and then text me when you're back in. Okay, I'm going to go over and let's find. I'm going to YouTube. I want to talk about some of the cases we've done this year. There's a lot of cases that I didn't do, but then again, I came into this in the middle of the year. So coming into this in the middle of the year, I was at a little bit of a disadvantage. However, we have we're going to start looking at some cases, some things are popping up. We're going to go through and relive some of this stuff, some of the funny moments, not so funny moments. That's part of why we're here. Played the flute in high school. Yeah, music is a great thing. But I think if you're not a music major and you're not going into that world, why do we have to keep taking music? Although I'm acing it. Okay, so let me present Shaskurin. We have some breaking news in a case.
Here on Court TV. This is a really sad one. You might remember us telling you about this 78-year-old Ellen Gilland is the defendant, and we're learning she's expected to plead guilty any minute now for the shooting of her terminally ill husband. So her husband was very, very, very sick, her husband, Jerry, and police say that she shot and killed him inside of his Daytona Beach hospital room in January of 2023. Police rushed into the room right after the shooting happened. She was tased and dropped the weapon and then detained by officers. Take a look.
Drop the gun! Drop the gun right now! Drop the gun! Drop the gun! You got any eyes, those stars? What's that? You got any eyes? I can't see. She's sitting right behind the bed. Yeah, she's on the other side of the bed. Oh, I think it's a black revolver. I'm saying a visitor. Drop the gun! Drop the gun! Drop the gun! Just drop it. Just
So she did it in a nursing. Oh my God.
No. I got you. You can't open from the outside. Can't hear. Yeah. You want to practice over with this? Can you open it from the outside? Yeah, drop the gun! Watch out. We got time. Back up. We got time. We got nothing but time, guys. Can we evacuate some patients from the adjoining rooms? Can we do that or no? Drop the gun, man! I got a good angle right here. Drop the gun! Drop the gun! Man, hold on. You got no dialogue. Man, tell me what's going on. Tell me I don't want to hurt you. We don't want to hurt you. Tell me what's going on.
Just talk to me. Talk to me. What's going on? Why can't you drop the gun?
So here's why. Authorities believe that the couple had planned the shooting weeks earlier, that they had a suicide pact. And she killed him first and then planned to turn the gun on herself. But you saw what happened. Immediately, officers rushing to the room, and she didn't want to drop the weapon. So now she's been criminally charged with the crime of assisting self-murder, manslaughter, 2 counts of assault with a firearm, and 1 count of aggravated assault with a firearm on a law enforcement officer. Now, she's going to be sentenced in February, we are told, if she pleads today. So it's expected that she's going to be in court and plead, and then we'll see what the outcome is if that goes through, and then we've got the sentencing date in February. This case is awful, isn't it? Let me bring in our guest. Let's talk about it some more. I have with me domestic violence expert, former law enforcement officer, and the host of the Strong Enough podcast, Claudia King, and former head prosecutor, now criminal defense attorney in the private sector, and EMT, as we just learned today, attorney Bob Bianchi. Oh my gosh, Claudia, let me start with you. The police work there. Would you talk to us, please, about what we see in that video and your thoughts on how they handled that situation?
That could definitely be a great training video, absolutely. And I was thinking that as we were watching it, one of the things that I really noted was when the one officer said, like, let's take some time. All we have is time here. And that was a great point. In that moment, there was no need to rush in. There was no need to do something right away.
Wow,
they were able
y'all.
to kind of take a deep breath, relax as much as they could, and think about what to do. You know, police often have to rush in and do something in the blink of an eye, and this was not that case. So I really appreciated that one officer who was able to say, we have time here, guys. Like, let's take a breath and see what's going on. I also really liked that, I think it was the same guy who started to talk to her. You know, what we're doing isn't working. We're yelling at her. We're yelling commands. Let's try something different. And he started to try to open up a dialogue with her. So I think this was a great view of what the police did, and I think they did a great job in that moment.
Claudia, thank you for that. I agree. Commend those officers, and thankfully no one else was hurt. That could have been a really, really bad situation. I want to play for you both a clip. This was at a hearing earlier this month, and Ellen Gillen's attorney was describing her husband Jerry's health conditions, and that apparently Jerry had threatened suicide several times before they put that pact into place.
He expressed to her numerous times throughout his stay that he wanted to kill himself. And so obviously her testimony is relevant. She also could testify that he was a 77-year-old male.
Hello, see you in Grinchmas. Lolita Smiles, hello. Hello, MLS, Making Law Simple. Welcome. Hello, my voice, Vice. Hello, everybody. Hello. Ernilla, thank you. I'm so sorry. Hello, Christy. Oh, hello, Lesto Brandon. Celestial Force, hello, Johnny. Sorry, John Gary. Sorry, I want to say hello to everybody. Hello, John. Hello, Chrissy. Oh my gosh. Do we have a raid going on? Hi, Debbie. Oh my gosh. Hi. Oh, wow. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. Where is everybody hopping in from?
Paid out of pocket for staff to be there.
We lost Miss Haley Mouse.
To ensure his safety because he was trying to kill himself. And so
hiya, Tootie.
That testimony is obviously relevant and admissible.
Oh, love Bakers. I hope Baker can hop on.
More about this.
By the way, if any of y'all want to hop on and visit with me, it's pinned. We have the links and the phone, so you could do either one. Call on the phone. But if you're going to call on the phone, please let me know before you call on the phone. Comment, I'm calling, so I know it's you. Baker in the house. Yay, Bakers. Boy, we had a rough start this morning. It's been a rough morning. Welcome everybody. Yes, welcome. I love the Baker gang.
That is expected today, and then the sentencing later on. Bob Bianchi, we understand there's some kind of an agreement as to the sentence. We've got a little bit of information that prosecutors were willing.
Haley Mouse, you
to make an
disappeared.
agreement well below the guidelines for her.
Happy New
A
Year's
range
Eve,
of
y'all.
House arrest to 10 years in prison. I wish we had more, but that's a little bit of information we do have. What does that say to you, please, Bob?
People don't understand the power that the prosecutor has is one of the most important players, if not the most important player in a case like this. They hold all the cards, and the prosecutor is given a wide latitude of discretion to do what they believe is in the interest of justice. Having handled many homicide cases in my life and in my career, both as a line prosecutor and then as running an agency, not every case is the same. So there are so many mitigating factors in this case. The prosecutor has to balance punishment and deterrence to make sure people don't just continually do something, but by the same token, mercy and compassion to understand why under these particular circumstances, a break is warranted. It is very clear to me by what is alleged to be the plea agreement here.
I have another one back there for later.
That incredible discretion to give the defendant every
You're
opportunity
okay.
at a break in this case, which means they are sympathetic to why it is she did what she did. They're going to let her plead to offenses who are not going to carry mandatory sentences, which they're going to waive. They're going to allow her to have the discretion to be sentenced between no jail time to up to 10 years, which essentially is saying to the defense lawyers, you make your argument to the judge as to what you think is the appropriate sentence. But Julie, make no mistake about it, a judge understands very well that when the prosecutor loosens the strings to allow that kind of plea offer to go through,
Yes, you should.
Essentially telegraphing that they
I
don't
love
have a
Tash.
problem if this case is treated differently than a typical murder case, and to give her a break. Lastly, something that I was curious about as a judge, because that's now how I have to look at it, how they would sentence, is she's also charged, however, with pointing that weapon at nurses and police officers after the shooting took place. So I'm kind of wondering whether or not the judge puts a little zip on that fastball to say, while I may have understood the mitigating circumstances as to why it is you did what you did with your husband, you went over the line to a certain extent. Do I think that's going to be a major thing? No, but I do believe a judge will look at that as an aggravating factor to this particular case when they're sentencing. I expect she's going to get a significant departure from any kind of mandatory sentence or any significant jail sentence. And as a prosecutor, honestly, I'm balanced looking at all of this. That's exactly how I would have handled the case.
Right, Bob. A great analysis from you both on that. We're going to go there live as soon as Ellen Gilland is before his or her honor. Let's hit a break right now. As we do that, this is a look in the courtroom.
Sorry, guys. I had to take a personal break real quick.
78-year-old woman who's said to have had that suicide pact. She's expected to plead any second now.
Oh, poor baby. So she had a self-unaliving pact. We're not at quite 2 minutes. I got to be careful. Oh, okay. So how do if you want to come back in, let me know. Hello. Welcome. Well, I was Miss Daughters Republic of Texas back in the early 90s. That is at home. But I have another tiara back there. So I was a beauty queen once, long ago. This is the tiara, and the actual circular crown is right there. I'll probably change later just for the fun of it. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting because I did pin it. Let me double check it.
I loved being on the bench. I want viewers to see that, to know what it's like to love being in a courtroom and to love
Hey, 80 Music Man.
What happens in a courtroom. This is a case where I think you can believe either side based on the evidence being presented. Here at Court TV, we can show you everything. And I hope at the end of the day, they've learned a little something about what it takes to try a case and why it's so important that it's done.
Oh.
Now,
Drop the gun!
Drop the gun right now!
Drop the gun!
Drop the gun!
Tell me what's going on. Tell me what's. I don't want to hurt you. We don't want to hurt you. Tell me what's going on. Just talk to me.
That's horrible, y'all.
Back. Ellen
I hadn't
Gilland in
seen
court
this.
This morning expected to plead in a case pertaining to the death of her husband. Police say she shot her husband as part of a suicide pact and just couldn't carry it out when it was time to turn the gun on herself. Police rushed the hospital room where it happened and safely took her into custody. Jerry and Ellen Gilland married for 53 years. And I think we're about to see the prosecutors showing some mercy. There are indications that they're willing to have an agreement as to sentence well below what the guidelines would call for this woman if she pleads. So let's go into the courtroom now.
Here we go.
What do we got? Single feed?
Yeah.
Check.
Always hard.
And so I heard everything that Mr. Ferry, your attorney said, but I have to ask you some questions. I'm making a record on what that means, is everything is recorded. And for any possible further review in the future, I need to make sure you understand what we're doing is freely and voluntarily. So, Mr. Ferry said you do master's degrees, you do understand English, correct?
Yes.
Did you read this plea before you signed it?
Yes.
Did you have no time to talk to Mr. Ferry and get all of your questions answered before you signed?
Yes.
There you go.
I'm sorry, it's bad audio.
Yes.
Are you going to have this morning? Have you ever been treated for a mental health condition? Do you understand the answer that you're going to see today? Jury on Monday, if you chose that option. Okay, so you're putting on the right to your jury trial, correct? Okay. Has anyone forced you? Tonight?
No.
And are you doing this freely and voluntarily of your own decision?
Yes.
Okay. And so, having heard the terms that your attorney is it your intention to keep it contest the charges of manslaughter with a firearm, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 3 of those last counts? Is that your intention today?
Yes.
All right. How do you plead?
No contest.
Okay. And so I will find that you freely and voluntarily entered the plea. As your attorney mentioned, we have sentencing set for February the 28th. I have, I think, several hours, if not the entire day, reserved for that. And there are the following stipulations with the state. Your attorney said these, but I'm going to repeat it for you as well, just for our record again. The state's agreed to waive sentencing guidelines. As to any prison sentence. And the state has agreed to waive the 3-year minimum mandatory, which would be for count 4. And do you have any questions for me, ma'am?
No.
Okay. So I will find that you freely and voluntarily entered the plea. Is there a stipulation that there's a factual basis for her plea? Okay. So I'll find that there's a factual basis as well. I'm going to file this score sheet for information purposes only in the file. And then, is there anything else we need to address? Okay. Mr. Nerlin, yeah?
No, nothing from state yard.
Okay, very good. So we'll see you back here at the end of February.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we have it. Ellen Gilland pleading no contest to the crimes that she's been charged with. And as you heard the judge say, that's going to have the effect of a guilty plea. A no contest has the same legal effect, and she's going to be sentenced in February. We did get a little more information from her defense attorney, confirming to Court TV that prosecutors in this case have agreed to waive the mandatory minimum prison sentence of 3 years on the charge of ag assault on a law enforcement officer with a firearm for pointing a gun at those officers. And also that, as I mentioned before, prosecutors have decided to recommend to the judge that a departure from the guidelines would be appropriate in this case for her, so that she can get something well below what the guidelines would ordinarily suggest in a case like this because of the circumstances, her age, the mental health, the suicide pact, all of it is being factored in here to show her some mercy for a husband that she loved, a husband of 53 years. And so the judge is going to have discretion to sentence Ellen Gilland in February from anything from probation all the way up to a maximum of 10 years behind bars. Let's bring back in for some reaction our guests on the program, Bob Bianchi and Claudia King. Claudia, to you
No,
first,
I
what
don't
is
want
your
her doing
thoughts
time.
on what we just saw?
I mean, she looks like everybody's grandma.
I
And it was so
know.
sad to see her in there. I mean, she committed a crime like anybody else, but I am really happy that they are showing her mercy because virtually any jail sentence on her will be a life sentence, more or less. I think it's very telling that they waived the mandatory minimum of 3 years on count 4. Does that mean that she may get less than that? Is that a nod that she may actually get probation or something? I am glad, though, that they're showing her mercy. I think what she did, it was wrong in the eyes of the law, but she was just trying to help her husband who was suffering very terribly.
Right, right.
I know. I noticed that. I don't. Yeah. Um. I. It is so hard because you have these elderly people. Okay. My grandparents kind of had the same thing. But unfortunately, they got in a car wreck with an 18-wheeler, and all 18 wheels went right over them, and they died instantly. Well, Grandpa died instantly. Grandma died in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. But when you've been married 50, 60, 70 years to some of these people, it's amazing. That's a lot of love, but I can understand it. I don't, I couldn't do that. He was suffering and she didn't want him to suffer, or he was, she can't serve jail time. I don't want to see Grandma go to jail. Not at that age for that. What do you think about that, Miss Diane?
Well, I know nothing about the case, but it sounds like maybe the judge will have more mercy. I don't know. I agree. If they put her in jail for any amount of time, it's a death sentence for her. So
I love your little logo, Lolita. I love it. The ILY. I worked in a nursing home for a long time. A lot too many people are kept alive by life prolonged measures that just aren't necessary. A lot of states have self unaliving under certain conditions. We don't in Texas. I think they should just give her probation and let it go. Oh, you weren't, yeah. But I just stopped it on this. It's a bad freeze. It's a bad freeze. It is. And that's why it's very important for all of us. And that's one of the things I got to do this next year. The moment I found out I was pregnant after I got married, when we got wills, living wills, power of attorneys, all of that stuff done, you are never too young to have that done. Everybody over the age of 18 should have a living will. You should at least have one family member, one non-family member, and give a copy of it to your medical physician. You need medical directives. Oh, you're in the DFW area. We need to have a Texas meetup. We got a lot of Texans here. Okay, y'all, in 2 minutes. CHENNAI in India is going to be turning into their New Year's. Sri Lanka in 1 minute and 59 seconds. So we'll be hitting their New Year's. Yeah, I've done a lot of hospice work with being a chaplain. Yeah, it's hard. It's not an easy job. How has Miss Diane been? Everybody's been asking about you. Everybody has missed you. And I've been lonely without my girl.
Well, believe it or not, I have a voice. It's
believe it or not. Sorry.
Yeah, I still have this terrible cough, but not as bad as it was. But I'm still doing my breathing treatments. I have my little inhaler, all of that. So that has really, really kept me down and out. And then on top of that, I had a family member unalive, but they were 90. They just recently had a birthday. And so I had to go there and then see, all the family. It was so funny because I just walked in expecting and I got it. You look just like your mother. It's like, yeah, there's no way around that. I do. I look exactly like my mother. So, only I have more gray than she ever had, rather more white. Anyway, but otherwise than that, my health is finally coming up instead of down. But I didn't do anything for more than a month except and cough and
Cough.
cough and sign to Margie because she can understand me.
At least you have that. I don't have that.
Oh,
All right.
I like
4,
your sound.
3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, Sri Lanka. And what happened? Why is it not playing? Hey, what? Okay, I have a dead space in my sound. Okay, that's interesting.
Hey, I just looked. Can you hear me?
Huh?
I just
There it is. Anxiety ever since I Okay, so that was for Sri Lanka, somewhere in India. Can't pronounce it. Can't pronounce it. Can't pronounce it. Oh, Astana? Astana? In there's a lot of these countries I cannot pronounce, but they're Russian area, in that area. But Sri Lanka is the big one that we know. Go ahead, Miss Diane.
I just recently saw a post, this woman, and I saw she had the dot here. So I was guessing that it was in India because the language, they didn't have an English transcript and I didn't understand it, but I counted the babies. 16.
What? What? Say that again?
Was it true or not? I don't know, but she had 16 little teeny tiny babies all in her arms.
No woman can give birth to 16 babies. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Well, you can look around. I'll send you what I saw. But I kind of
believe it. No, ain't gonna believe it. Ain't gonna believe it. Don't believe it.
Only thing ever had 16 babies was my dog once.
Oh. Okay, so here's some things that have happened in the news in the recent times. And once again, all you Broken Baker fans, thank you so much for joining me. If anybody would like to hop on and visit via camera live, the link should be pinned. Also, if anybody would like to call in, the phone number should be pinned in that very same link. I'm going to go look and make sure that is still pinned because somebody said they had a hard time finding it. It is still pinned. So copy and paste it, my dears. Lolita smells. Oh, you live in Arlington. I was there this weekend in Arlington. Yes, I was in Arlington over the weekend when all that bad rain and everything and the tornado warnings and everything went off for my dad's 90th birthday party. So yay, that was fun. Okay, I am not Well, I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble, but I will risk it. I am not going to follow the Wingini Mangione, if I'm saying it right, case. It's too political. So that's just popped off. But we will watch this little clip. Oh, you were in Galveston. You missed it. Yay for you.
In America, we do not kill people in cold blood.
Now for what's tipping the scales of justice against murder suspect Luigi Mangione. Supporters of his continue raising money for him, even though he's wealthy. There's a private defense fund for Mangione. It's now topped over $200,000. The campaign was formed by the December 4th Legal Committee, who has set a goal of $500,000 to send directly to Mangione if he chooses to accept it. Mangione's pleaded not guilty to state murder charges and terrorism charges last week in New York. His attorney, Karen Agvillo, brought up the right to a fair trial. Take a listen.
Y'all.
I'm very concerned about my client's right to a fair trial in this case. He's being prejudiced by some statements that are being made by government officials. Like every other defendant, he's entitled to a presumption of innocence.
Mangione is going to appear in federal court on January 18th, and his next state court appearance is going to be February 21st. So will this defense fund tip the scales in his case? Let's bring in our guests. Still with me, Attorney Franz Borghardt and Lieutenant
I don't either.
Mike Gold. Lieutenant, you have served in New York for many, many years. You're familiar with this crime. You've given us analysis on it. What do you think about the latest, that this fund has already hit 200,000 and they're looking to do $500,000 for this guy?
Yeah, it sounds ridiculous, Julie, but anti-establishment vigilantes have been around part of our country's history. From John Wilkes Booth shot Lincoln in 1865 because Lincoln was against slavery, but there was a portion of the population that was for it, believe it or not. So this is nothing new. We've had these vigilante Robin Hoods, whether it's Ted Kaczynski, the Boston Bombers, so I don't understand it necessarily, but there's a segment of our society that believes this person was taking a stand against health insurance, which of course is ridiculous, but it's part of our history. And he was just shopping around. In my opinion, he was shopping around for a cause.
Wow.
I don't think it's a terrorist attack by any definition. In New York, murder is an A1 felony, punishable by life in prison. And that was the appropriate charge. So I think the DA throws some political mucks the water or make shadows by overcharging. The PC, the police commission, it came out on day 2 and said this was a singular homicide targeted. The public is not in danger. So that's antithetical to the charge of terrorism. So again, I feel pretty strongly about this, Julie. Of course, everybody has will have another opinion about it, but that was an overreach, and it's going to just muddy the water. It's not going to change the facts, but it's just going to muddy the water.
Sure. A sharp analysis from you there, Lieutenant. And, if you can get the life penalty there either way, it's not like one is carrying death. So perhaps it'll just be a bargaining chip to maybe negotiate a plea with this guy. Who knows? I want to play for you a clip from the spokesperson for that private defense fund. The spokesperson went on CNN. I gave an interview about it. Let's take a listen together.
And I think for every person who might be exhibiting some sense of joy, there are 10 people sort of asking the question, well, who's the real murderer in this conversation? We're talking about the largest and most successful private health insurance corporation in the history of humankind, right? Which is successful precisely because they generate profits by denying claims, among other things.
Who's the real murderer? This guy says, wow, Franz. Ooh, what do you think hearing that?
I have lots of thoughts. So this is your jury pool. This is how people feel in their heart of hearts. And if I'm a prosecutor, thank you for sharing your heart of hearts.
Hello, y'all.
You can't
Hey,
come to the
Chrissy.
birthday
Hey,
party that is
K1.
the
Hey,
trial.
Debbie.
I'm going to say something that's going to get me in trouble, Julie.
Probably.
This is the Karen Reed world we live in now, where defendants become celebrities and people raise ridiculous amounts of
He
money.
said it.
Even when they don't, quote unquote, need the money. This guy has financial means. His family has financial means. And look, let's not mince words. $200,000 is a lot of money to most normal human beings. It's going to be a drop in the bucket to this defense fund. It's not going to, I mean, she is a very good criminal defense attorney. That's not going to get her to the finish line financially. So this is just the crazy Karen Reed world we live in now. And I'm not comparing Karen Reed to Luigi. I'm saying 5 years ago, we didn't see things like this. We didn't see GoFundMes about defendants where they're getting, hundreds of thousands of dollars raised. And if you think it's a circus now,
hey,
wait
Dr.
until
Bullbutter.
the trial starts, where there's going to be a following of this guy outside of the courthouse doing what we've seen in other cases. And it's just, regardless of how you feel about the insurance world, this CEO is not the scapegoat. So killing him is not going to make him a sacrificial lamb, and it doesn't improve anything. So I feel like I'm taking crazy pills on this one.
No, I appreciate the analysis, Franz. Yeah, it's like we're in, Vinny says this from time to time, and I always love the expression, like we're in opposite land. Like what's going on here with these cases, as you noted, it's just very different.
See, that's what's frustrating to me. People who truly need funding for their attorneys, who are presumed innocent. Everybody's presumed innocent. But there are some people out there who really do appear to be innocent and cannot get funding, get government funded attorneys. And those attorneys are overwhelmed and not able to give proper attention to their case. And it's a struggle. And here you got this rich kid who can afford anything, and people are throwing money at him. Come on now. Feed the hungry, feed the poor. Put the money towards people who could really use it and can't help themselves. This is one reason why I'm not going to follow this case. I did want to share this a little bit, and every once in a while I'll share things, but this is not going to be a case I'm going to follow. It's crazy, it's political, and it angers me.
From what we've seen, and I've got a clip of a couple pro-Mangione TikTokers. Let's take a look.
I never understood y'all writing letters to attractive men who were in jail until I saw Luigi. Somebody give me his cell number. Where is he at? He in Pennsylvania. I'm gonna come get him.
The fact that Luigi Mangione's mugshot looks so good as a Vogue cover is insane to me. Look, Vogue, the mugshot is here.
Oh my gosh, are you all kidding me?
I have a feeling a lot of you would buy this issue.
No,
Oh my.
I don't buy Vogue.
Lieutenant Gola, all I'm thinking when I see these TikToks is step aside Menendez brothers. They were the hot thing all this fall. Everybody was in love with the Menendez brothers. Oh, let's let them out. And then now it's Luigi Mangione. Quick final thought.
Luigi Mangione stole the Menendez brothers'
Very similar
thunder.
to the Boston Bombers. This case takes on a life of its own. The stars were aligned in the fact of his movie star looks. It happened in Midtown Manhattan. It was a high profile.
He almost looks like a
But
woman
again, I
there.
say this over and over again. This is just another day in New York. Gun homicides happen almost every day in New York, but they don't get flown in by 2 helicopters. So I think the mayor and the politics influenced a lot of this, and I just think that it's not going to change the facts of the case, but it's just going to muddy the waters, and it feeds into
Exactly.
people's thoughts that there's a divided system.
Sure does. Such great insight from you both. We'll leave it there for now.
Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas joins us.
Okay, I don't want to go any more into that. Here's the thing. I love covering cases that we can learn from, we can discuss, that we can comfortably and freely voice our opinions, but this has gotten so hot and so political, I just can't do it. It is so spicy political right now, and I don't do political. And, it's not like his mother or father was refused medical care and he went crazy. Okay? It's not like he went crazy and he, did something in the heat of passion. It's political. I'm trying so hard not to say certain things and get in trouble. And that's hard for me. It is very hard for me to do that. But at the same time, I will say this is that this is stupid. It's political. And the guy is getting money where he should not be getting money. Oh, okay. So we're going to hop on over to another thing in a second. Let's see. I see you. Yes, ma'am.
Because you're not going to follow it, for those who want to know what's happening, they can always check in with the news.
Exactly. I mean, this is going to be all over the place, and people here know how to find it, and there are people who are covering it. But it gets to the point that I want to follow cases that are I don't know, that we got to learn something from. I don't want to support what he's done. I don't want to be the one adding to his pocketbook, adding to his fame. To be fair, we don't know that it is political. He may have a screw loose. Okay, and that's true. But what I'm saying about political, it's gotten political. The day after this, people were dressed just like him and did a mob effect. Everybody had the same kind of clothes on. It's gotten very political. And like they said, they flew him in 2 helicopters and they're treating him like, it's just really. It's just really. I don't know. Did they, Jen? Have they cut ties? I'm not sure. I got something in my teeth now. Oh, finally heading home. Thanks for keeping me company today. Have a great New Year's Eve, friends. Come back and join us if you can. We love you very much, Tash. I've enjoyed having you here as a guest on my channel. You are like family now. Fala Haley Mouse, he has screws. Okay, that's a good one. I like it. Right, people are making it. Yes, happy 2025, Tash. Everybody, happy 2025. I am watching, we got some, hold on a second. Let me get this started.
I'm going to browse your food.
Hold on, let me get this started. And then I got to talk to my, okay. And here we go. Here's the next one.
At the end of a subway car. The suspect used what we believe to be a lighter to ignite the victim's clothing.
This was a malicious being, a sleeping, vulnerable woman on our subway system.
Authorities are still working to identify the woman who was burned to death on a New York subway. Who has been identified? The accused killer. We're talking about what comes next in this senseless tragedy. And a pregnant woman was allegedly stabbed by a pizza delivery driver over a $2 tip. We'll tell you everything we know about the female suspect and the male suspect who is still at large this morning. Plus, we're spotlighting the upcoming trial in the Pike County family massacre in Ohio. The patriarch is up next as his wife and his son are preparing for sentencing. Also this hour, we've got the growing defense fund for the man charged with murdering the CEO of United Healthcare. How the public and public officials could be tipping the scales for Luigi Mangione. It's all coming up next for you right here on Opening Statements.
My son is grabbing some snacks. Matt, if you want to leave that open, that's fine.
Good morning to you. Welcome to Opening Statements. I'm your host, Julie Grant.
Cool.
I missed you last week. I hope you had a wonderful holiday, and it's great to have you with us on this Monday morning. We've got a great show planned for you, so let's get it going. Let's start things off as we always do. Go ahead and have that cup of coffee.
Oh,
it's time for
speaking of Boone, I have more information coming up on Boone, but I wanted to wait till this afternoon. I got to save some of it, y'all.
An attempted homicide over a tip. My friends, I am appalled at this case out of Florida, where police say a pizza delivery driver was angry about a $2 tip. So they say she stabbed the pregnant woman who gave it to her. Thank God that woman is alive after extensive surgeries. She suffered 14 stab wounds. 14.
Holy
and
crap.
She's 1 month pregnant. What's more, the stabbing happened when she was shielding her 5-year-old child from the event. Now, police say this pizza delivery driver had returned with her boyfriend, that they were both wearing face masks, and that they forced their way inside to attack that pregnant mother for the bad tip she gave. So here's a free legal tip. You can't try to kill somebody. That's against the law. And now, if what police say is true, the only thing that delivery driver should be serving up is a lengthy prison sentence. And here's another observation. That delivery driver is lucky that she's not dead, because had she pulled what police say was an attempted homicide and a robbery on a person who legally carries a gun and is good at using it, she probably wouldn't have made it out alive. This was a bold and horrific crime. And now the perpetrator has to do the time.
Yep.
You don't launch a war over a tip. It's a pizza, for crying out loud. And a few dollars lacking isn't the end of the world. But now it's sure going to feel like the end of the world for that defendant, as it should. That's my opening statement. We're going to be talking more about this case in our trending segment. Right now, I want to get you your top story. Here we go. The man accused of lighting a sleeping woman on fire on a New York subway and then fanning the flames has been indicted on murder and arson.
We will be
charges in
following
New
that
York.
case, y'all.
Sebastian Zepeda is accused of setting a woman's clothing on fire aboard a stopped subway train, engulfing this poor woman in flames. Now, he is a 33-year-old Guatemalan citizen who entered the United States illegally, not once, but twice. Yeah, he was deported once and then came back illegally. Police say there is no reason why the woman was attacked. Multiple bystanders caught the deadly incident on camera. Just want to give you a warning right now, my friends, what we're about to show you.
Warning, graphic material. Warning, very graphic. Warning.
Sorry to his family. This is a person right here. Oh, bro. Yo. Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. So there was a brief court hearing on Friday. Zepeda was not present, but the Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez spoke out about Zepeda's charges after the hearing concluded. Take a listen.
That's
to some of what he
horrible, y'all.
Murder in the first degree carries the possibility of life without parole. It's the most serious statute in New York State law, and my office is very confident about the evidence in this case and our ability to hold Zepeda accountable for his dastardly deeds.
Now, police say this woman's body was burned so badly this morning they are still working to identify her. How heartbreaking is this?
My gosh, y'all,
I've got
that
two
is
great guests on the program this
horrid.
morning to discuss this case. Let me bring them in now. Criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Franz Borghardt, and retired lieutenant. He was a commanding officer of the Nassau County Police K-9.
I don't
He
get
also
it.
served in New York
I don't
City.
get how
He's a K-9
people
expert
can.
now. Mike Gould, good morning to you both. Lieutenant, I want to begin with you because we've been talking a lot with you in recent weeks about various events that have occurred on the New York subway. This one, just the most recent horrific incident. What are your thoughts about what happened?
Right, Julie. So I suspected from the very start that the victim of this was possibly also homeless. Very few commuters sleep on the subways any longer. I've been using the New York City subway system since the 60s, and I've watched the evolution of crime go up and go down. And right now we're entering a period where it's definitively going up. The New York City subway system is dangerous. It's thousands of people use it, 1,000 people will use it safely, but crime is up. And I believe this was a homeless person, obviously mentally ill, untreated mental illness is a huge problem in the subway system.
Really?
It's a
You
sanctuary.
think?
Fare jumping is basically legal in New York City because the DA has no longer charged those crimes. So the subways are warm, if nothing else.
I could go there, but I won't.
Right.
I could go there.
I'm going to take your advice on that. You've said it time and time again, Lieutenant, and been proven right again and again.
I hope
very,
so,
very
Karate Cat
dangerous
Mom.
Place. Franz Borchardt, tell us, please, your reaction when you heard about this case.
I would have jumped on her. I would have taken my shirt off my back and showed my tatas. I would have grabbed somebody's coat. But the problem is, if an accelerant was used, it's going to get on me, but I don't care. Why didn't anybody jump on her and try to save her life? There's coats. People have stuff. Why did they just stand there and watch? I am livid about that. I would gladly live with burn scars on my body to save a life. But then again, I'm a firefighter, first responder, so that's just my personality. But to stand there and just watch and nobody... People that bottle water, throw it on her, for God's sake. Yeah, and a cop walked by. Y'all, we live in a society, meaning we are a large group of people who should care about our fellow citizens. And if I was on fire, I would hope you would try to put me out. So I'm going to try to put you out. It's we take care of each other. I don't care if I know you or not. It infuriates me when there's a car accident and people are driving by. 1 out of 50 will stop long enough to look and see if they need help. 1 out of 75 will actually get out of the car. That's the statistics I saw. Back to no longer a civil society. You got that straight. We need to get out of our own selves. Oh, I don't want to get involved. I don't want to be inconvenienced. Bitch, please be inconvenienced. Somebody joked with me for carrying a defibrillator all in my car everywhere I go. Why? What if I'm with my mother or she has a heart attack? What if I am somewhere and somebody else I don't even know has a heart attack? I have a defibrillator. I'm going to carry it with me. Is it an inconvenience sometimes when I'm traveling? Yeah, betcha. It takes up space in my car. I get fussed at sometimes for having everything I have medical in my car. Why not? The person who's having a problem is somebody's daughter, son, mother or father, if they have children, brother, sister. We are all connected by family. We are human. Let's show some humanity, people. We're not supposed to stand there and watch and film it. Now, at the point in which she was on fire, she was probably not going to survive anyway at that point. But you're right. I carry Narcan. I have it here at the shop. I have some in my med bag. I paid for it. You never know what you're going to be exposed to. There's some things that we can inhale and not know it. I've seen a police officer on a video go down from inhaling some powder. I can't remember what it was now. My brain's cramping. And thank God her partner had Narcan or she'd be dead. Yeah. You cannot walk by and ignore somebody in need. And if you do, you are a bad, evil person. I don't care what you think. If you don't know what to do, call 911 and hold the freaking hand of the person. If you don't know what to do, stick with the person and talk to them. It's going to be okay. Help is on the way. Don't let them lay there and alone. Sorry, my rant. This angers
the
me.
fact that this morning we still are working to learn the victim's identity.
Oh, the victim's
There's things that
identity.
make this crime just a little bit more scary than just simple murder. which I know, I say simple murder. It's not that I'm desensitized to it, but I mean, we deal in the true crime world. A murder that happens without any kind of motive, like there's zero indication as to why this happened. The inability to know who the victim is. And then, I mean, that leads one to believe that if they were killed because they were homeless, that just makes it even more monstrous. And then from a future trial standpoint, the elephant in the room is going to be this defendant should not have been in the country. And that ignites all sorts of very strong feelings from jurors, potential jurors, about the unnecessary and preventable nature of this crime, because he wasn't supposed to be here in the first place. So, this is just absolutely terrible. Caught on video. I mean, it's good for the prosecutions there pursuing the highest level of charges, valuing human life in that way, in that respect. And he's presumed innocent, but it doesn't look good.
Right, Franz. Franz, the Brooklyn District Attorney spoke out about the victim and the efforts to identify her. I want to play that clip for you and Lieutenant Gould.
The criminal court complaint and the indictment at this time indicates the death of a Jane Doe. The police and the medical examiner's office and many investigators are working to identify her. Her body was badly burned, and so advanced fingerprinting efforts are being made, as well as advanced DNA evidence to identify her.
Lieutenant, would you walk us through, please, some of the things that police might be doing to try to identify this victim?
Right. So obviously from missing persons report. So that again leads me to believe that this also is a homeless person, because at this point in time, this person would be reported missing and somebody would talk about it. Or report it, they'd make that connection. So, yeah, they're going to go through all the forensics possible. Again, not being desensitized. It's the nature of this crime that makes it so, I don't want to say newsworthy, but the person was incinerated. But subway murders, there's been 10 so far this year, and there's usually not. In all the places in the world, this is where mental illness thrives. Again, people get pushed in front of trains for no reason whatsoever. Sure, there's
Haiti Mouse, can you go to Discord, please? I have a question for you.
But in this environment, underground.
I'm sorry, Toxic Orchid. If you're still here, forgive me. Go to Discord. I have a question for you.
And again, this untreated mental illness, it's a very volatile situation. So there is no rhyme or reason to these crimes. And homeless to homeless crimes is not unusual throughout the country, actually. So there have been homeless people murdered by arson in several cities, including Connecticut and Kansas City just this year.
Thank you for that, Lieutenant. Franz, as you know, Mr. Zepeda should not have been in the United States, period, end of story. He was not here legally, deported once, returned again. How does that illegal status that he has?
Okay, I know a lot of people are going off and on about the illegal status. I get it, but it does affect things. Okay, so they did identify her today. She was homeless. Of course, she does have family somewhere. Yeah. I know a lot of people are, some people are upset because he's illegal. Some people don't care. But in all honesty, if he has a record and has been deported and is back in the U.S., that to me makes a little bit of it adds to the situation. Doesn't make a difference, but it just adds to the situation. The woman was 57 years old, Deborah Awam of Tom River Township, coastal town located on the Jersey shore of Ocean County. Oh, poor baby. Yeah, she was from Jersey. Nobody deserves that. I want to know why he did it.
This criminal case in New York, if at all, legally.
So what the federal government normally does.
Anybody
is
have
they
Sarah
sit and
Boone's
wait,
DC number?
and after the
Trying to
prosecution,
find
after
something
the
and I
likely
can't.
conviction, he has to serve his time here before he's deported. So if he gets a life sentence, he doesn't go anywhere. He stays here. If they're out on bond, Julie, they can
We're a minute late.
sometimes
We're a minute late. We need to wish Happy New Year to Pakistan. I have no political views on all this. I'm just doing a bunch of countries. Turkmenistan, part of Russia, Yekaterinburg. I cannot pronounce some of these names. Oh my gosh. Yekaterinburg. That's a good one. Yekaterinburg. I'm having fun with this. Yekaterinburg. Y'all, I'm sorry. Tajikistan? I can't even say that one. Can't say that one. Can't say that one. Can't say that one. What'd you say, Diane?
Happy New Year to them all.
Happy New Year's to everybody in that section of the world.
Yeah.
Happy New Year. May you be blessed. May there be peace. Finally. I agree. It does add to the situation. Lovely rendition. Well, thank you to our mods who gave it to me. Hello, Candace. How are you? You sounded like the Swedish chef from the Muppets. Oh my gosh, are you bringing back my childhood?
Favorite.
Yes, that is in Russia, but that I can't say it. It's 2 p.m. in Dubai. Oh, I'm glad you're doing well. But yeah, thank all of you guys for joining, and a lot of you came over from Broken Baker. I'm still waiting for someone to call in and talk to me. The lines are open. The link to Discord is up. Hurdy-gurdy. Well, you guys missed it when Haley Mouse and I were trying to do Auld Lang Syne in the Scottish accent.
Now that I can do. I can do Scottish accent.
Oh, good. Let me get it back up. Let me see if I can even find it was, I don't even know where it is, but it was the history. There it is. History and lyrics. I don't know if I can find it anymore, but it had it in English, Sweden, Scottish, and the original language. So it was
fun.
Up next at 2 p.m. our time, Texas Wi-Fi for Dubai New Year. So it was fun. Let's see. Is Dubai next?
Thought you said Dubai already.
Up next at 2 p.m. Okay. Well, why am I not seeing Dubai? Let me refresh. And I'm really bad with finding countries and stuff. I apologize. Belusia Guba. Hey, no, Russia is coming up next. Russia. Masha. This map, we got a lot of Middle Eastern countries coming up. Qatar, United Arab, oh, there it is. Dubai in 52 minutes and 13 seconds. We have Dubai. It was on the Wikipedia Auld Lang Syne page. I know, Ada. Say that. Yeah. I'm going there. I'm looking for the Wikipedia version. There it is. That's the Wikipedia. There it is. Okay. Mesa gonna share this for ya. Can you read that?
Mum, yes, should thought acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind. Should thought acquaintance be forgot and audible the lingers on.
Okay, how do you know how to do this?
Because my bestest friend from the time I was 13 until I was 16 was from Scotland. And when she left to go back home to Scotland.
Okay, read the third one. Not the original, not the standard English, but the Scottish pronunciation guide.
No, that's
Should our acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind. Should our acquaintance be forgot and old anxiety.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind. Should the old acquaintance be forgot and old lingers on.
Okay, now let's try it in the IPA pronunciation guide.
Forget that one. No clue. Nope, not gonna work it.
Cheers! And I have nothing in it yet.
My best friend was from Scotland. We saw each other every day. She walked halfway and I walked halfway, and we met in the middle. And your hair is lovely today.
Oh, you have no idea how I got it up there. It was funny. And I did it in 2 minutes.
Hey, that works. So anyway, when she left to go back home, I happened to be on the bus, and some kid looked at me and said, "Where are you?"
Now
from?"
you're sounding like it.
Can't help it. She said, "Where are you from?" I go, "I'm from here." She goes, "No, I mean, what country are you from?" I said, "I'm from here." She goes, No, I know you're here, but what country are you from?" "I'm from the US of A." She goes, "You don't sound like it." I go, "I'm sorry, I am." And it's because she and I have been together every day for 3 years. And when I get around her or I talk to her on the phone, by the time I hang up, this is what I sound like.
And I can't open this.
Oh, well, I can't help you. I have a cough dropped in my mouth.
Well,
Really, it's my mouth.
Matt! I can't open.
Matt!
Oh, I did open. Oh, never mind. I got it.
Never mind. I've got it.
Oh, I like this kind of lid because I can put it back on.
Yes, if you put it back on, at least you keep a little of the bubbly.
So what I will do is I will take a sip of the bubbly.
Mm.
We need some country tunes to New Year.
You know
Oh, no,
what?
doggy, you can't have.
You know,
No, doggy.
my favorite
Listen to
way
us.
to ring in the new year is with a
Happy New
snore.
Year!
With a snore.
If I drink it slow enough, I won't pass out and go to sleep.
Good luck. Good luck. I tell ya.
Okay, I think we lost the audience.
Oh, that's all right. How long's it been since we've talked?
Ages, my dear. It's not my fault.
I know, we both just been crazy busy. I like my thing. Whoa. Isn't that great?
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now you can show me because I couldn't see it. What was it?
It goes over my ponytail. See?
Oh, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I need.
Hey, you got the long hair.
Yes, I got the long hair. Okay, back to work.
Back to work for a few more minutes.
So, I mean, I guess self-surrender themselves to ICE and then get deported pre-conviction, but that's not going to happen here. The other issue, which giant.
All right, say it.
Me?
Will you be able to hop in and out all day and all night?
I have an appointment from 2:30 to 4:30, and I'm not sure after that. Possibly. How long are you going to be? Oh, yeah, you're going to be on all day, all night.
I told people if there was $500 in super chats, I'd do a 24-hour, and I haven't even gotten it 5 cents. So I guess I'll be on until I decide to get off.
Question mark for me is generally individuals that are here unlawfully working here to raise money try to fly under the radar. Like try to hide in plain sight.
Diane, read this in the accent. Not the Ada part, but there's a mouse
There's
loose.
a moose loose about the house.
This crime, this monstrous crime, is anything but that. So what was going on in this individual's brain that he would think it was appropriate to do this? And also, it leads me to ask the question: did he know the victim, or was just absolutely 100% random and senseless? But back to your main question. United States is going to get its pound of flesh before anything else happens. And if he gets convicted and he has life without parole, he's going to stay in the United States for life without parole.
Franz, thank you for that. Lieutenant Gould, last word from you would like, please, in terms of what measures need to be taken going forward on the New York subway system?
Right, Julie. So if you recall, we just dealt with this with Daniel Penny. It was the same, I wouldn't say the exact same fact pattern, but it was similar. Mental illness, untreated, Good Samaritan standing by. The DA, in my opinion, overcharged in this case, and the jury didn't buy it. And by the way, this is going to be the same New York City jury, Manhattan jury, that's going to be involved in the Mangione case. So there's a lot of factors going on. And in Manhattan, I can't help but tell you, it's the DA's undercharging, overcharging, and not charging at all. So many of these quality of life crimes, so to speak, that were in place was removed by DA Bragg. Fare jumping, trespassing, resisting arrest. So it's basically legal to fare jump. So you can go into the city subway system for free and you can ride it all day. So it's a magnet for homeless people. So everybody's got to get their act together. We all got to be on the same page. Law enforcement, the courts, and the judicial system.
Great insight from you both. Lieutenant Mike Gould, Attorney Franz Borker, you both are staying with us throughout the program, and we're so grateful for that. Coming up after this break, here's what we've got for you here on Opening Statements.
I do not wish to keep rehashing him.
But first of all,
okay, let's get away from. I don't want to rewatch the thing. I didn't want to watch that thing with him. Okay.
We come back.
How are we doing, guys? Okay.
Diane, if you just want to close your window down and then pop back in and out at will, that's fine.
That will work.
You
How do I just close? Oh, I just closed this one.
Please.
Yeah.
This was a real life.
I'll remove you like this, and you could just leave it running. Just let me know, and then I can just hop you back in even 2 or 3 hours later.
That will work. You'll just see.
So you don't have to keep trying to dig your way back in.
Yeah.
Now, for what's
So, anybody want to explain what the guardian angels are? Because I think I know what it is, but I want to hear from you. Miss Diane and I may know what that is.
No, but I have a question.
Answer.
You think that this man that put this woman on fire, well, number one, he knew he was going to get caught.
Yeah.
Because there were people there. Maybe he was just looking for 3 hots and a cot.
I don't know, but you can do a lot of things to get 3 hots and a cot and a cold shower without doing that.
Oh, well.
That was extreme.
Well.
Prosciutto, you guys. I know. I actually got in a little trouble. I splurged on today's meal.
Oh. Well, I'm going to start tomorrow. I'm going to start tomorrow. The X increased 30 pounds.
Okay, so that's his problem, not yours.
Well, considering the reason that he's here is to help decrease, but he won't. So,
well,
it's like,
you can only do so much.
Yeah, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't even talk to him much anymore, because every time I do, he just rolls his eyes and, oh God, here we go again. So it's like, okay, I'm done. Okay, moving on.
Okay, then I had it right. The Guardian Angels are a group of men who patrolled the city and the trains in the 70s and 80s, and they were very helpful in cleaning up the city. Yes, they were. And if I can while we watch this, I'll see if I can find a story on it, because I really think it's really nice. There are a group of retired military men in some cities that do special things like that, and I think it's fabulous. You can lead a horse to water and make them drink. Just give them enough salt before you lead them.
Well, he may be there because he's going to kill free.
Yep. Okay, let's keep going.
Trending in true crime, we've got two different stories on both sides of the country. We're going to start you off in Florida, where Osceola County Sheriff's deputies arrested Brianna Alvello, this lady, outside of a pizza shop where she was working a week ago. So Alvello received a $2 tip for a pizza delivery. And after that, police say she brought an unidentified male with her back to the motel where she delivered the pizza. Police say that she stabbed the pregnant woman who gave her the $2 tip multiple times and destroyed property in the room. Now, Ms. Alvello is charged with attempted murder, home invasion with a firearm. The male subject is said to have had a gun. She's accused of kidnapping and aggravated assault. The victim stabbed 14 times. Her male friend is still at large this morning. Deputies are looking for him. And so while she's behind bars, and that's probably where she's going to stay if what police say happened is true, what's going to happen with him? Are police going to catch him? And what can he possibly add to this investigation? Let's bring in our guest. Still with me, Lieutenant Mike Gould and Attorney Franz Borghardt. Okay, Lieutenant Gould, let's talk about the male subject at
I like the name Gould.
Your thoughts, please.
Yeah, so he will obviously be apprehended.
Over a
There's no
tip.
doubt about that in my mind. But what jumped out at me at this, Julie, is there's something beyond that. I mean, it's inexplicable that somebody would stab somebody for $2. I think the intentions were robbery, meaning when she delivered the pizza, certainly there was a dispute. She was offended by the $2 tip. She left, got an accomplice, and there was something going on in that room, whether it was property, there was something. It will be revealed that it's something more than just a $2 tip. This was clearly premeditated. She left, she got an accomplice, and came back. It's, look, stranger things have happened, but I think we're going to come, as this investigation unfolds, they were looking to rob other property beyond the $2. It might have been triggered by the bad tip, but I don't think this is the end of that story.
No, I don't think so either.
Such excellent insight, Lieutenant. And let's take it a step further with your theory that this was an intent to do a robbery, not intent to do an attempted murder. Just for the sake of our analysis here, Franz Borghardt, criminal defense attorney that you are, might that be a helpful defense for this lady?
Oh, I don't think so at all. I mean, I would love the idea of saying, hey, this was a robbery gone wrong, but any way you slice it, it's bad, right? Either she went over there to inflict harm on this woman, her unborn child, and potentially a little child, I think a 5-year-old, because of a bad tip. And so the record's clear. Not being a good tipper is not a capital offense. Thank goodness she survived. And I agree, I think it was more a financial robbery crime. Or alternatively, if it was in fact a robbery, that doesn't make it better either, because then you have some kind of theory of attempted felony murder because you were trying to rob someone and then you stabbed them 14 times. I think all roads ultimately lead to this being a tremendously terrible crime. Now, her saving grace may actually be cooperating against the unarrested male suspect. And if I'm representing her, that might be the lifeboat for her. She's in the boat she's in. She's looking at significant jail time. But maybe, just maybe, if the police don't know who this suspect is, maybe there's an opportunity there for her.
Oh, great insight from you as well, Franz. Thank you for that. I know we all agree this is just horrific what happened. And miraculously, the pregnant woman survived. She went through multiple surgeries. She is going to live, from what we understand that's been reported. It was a pocket knife, apparently, that this pizza delivery driver, deputies say, brought to this event, but the male subject brought a firearm. Lieutenant Gould, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I agree with Franz. So this is bad. No matter how you cut the dice, whatever your defense is going to be, it's a felony assault, without a doubt, an attempted murder. It's just what struck me was that the fact that they kind of wanted to when the aggressors came, they wanted to shuffle people off, the occupants of the hotel room, into a bathroom. So that adds just an element to me of why. Of course, just this violent act coming in and getting retribution, pure retribution, you wouldn't shuffle. Again, these are the news stories that I read. They shuffled them off into the bathroom so they could search this hotel room. So yeah, I think the fact will nothing good about it is going to come. I mean, I think, like Franz
I could
said,
still
they'll
see
put
you,
the
Diane.
boyfriend or the accomplice, and they'll work against each other, and that's how this is all going to unfold eventually.
Exactly. I think that's a great prediction. We'll keep our eyes on this story, and of course, our heart goes out to that
I can't
victim
hear
as
you.
she continues with
What?
her recovery this morning.
I need
I
a
want to talk
way
with you
to
both about
turn this
another
phone
trending true crime story, a very violent
You should have a mute
Christmas
button.
night at Phoenix's Sky
If you
Harbor
just need to
Airport.
leave and come back in,
5
leave and come
people
back in.
believed
It's
to be
okay.
from the same
we'll see.
family got into
Okay, I'll
an
kick you out.
altercation that quickly escalated. 4 people were injured outside of a restaurant near the airport security checkpoint. 2 of those victims were shot. 1 of them was stabbed. A passenger describes the strange things that he saw on Christmas.
That's horrible, y'all.
People were checking their bags in, and then somebody came running from downstairs saying there was an active shooter. So everybody ran outside, and then people were outside for
Miss Haley Mouse
30,
can join
45
me
minutes till
whenever.
it said it was all clear to come back in. What about you? How are you feeling? A little shaken, but just hope
Toxic, I
everybody's
sent
okay.
you a
Don't know much
message.
about what happened or what went on.
Okay, come to your TV. Take a look at this in real time and in slow motion. Whoa. So a couple hours later, police take down and arrest this guy for bringing guns into the airport. Cole Neenan claims that he heard something about an active shooter at the airport. The Phoenix police officer says that was not the case. So apparently this guy goes responding to that previous incident with the family fight where the shots rang out. My goodness. So this morning, we're asking our power panel, when did airports get this dangerous? My goodness. Franz Borchardt, let me start with you. Your reaction, please.
This is supposed to be the most wonderful time of the year.
Oh, I didn't see it. Let
And
me
what
look.
is going on? I mean, that suspect is barefooted and without a shirt. I mean, look, the holidays bring out a lot of different
there it is.
feelings
Thank
for
you.
a lot of different folks. But first of
That's
all,
the same thing I have, but I don't have her
firearms to an airport.
DC
This
number.
isn't the 80s. Not that it was okay to bring firearms to the airport in the 80s, but I mean, by the way, that makes this a wonderfully federal crime as well. So I don't know what's going on, but this is just crazy. I mean, and the senselessness across the board is, yeah, if you're going to get into a fight with another family at the airport, that's one thing. But to raise the level of the altercation at the holiday season to this is just insane.
You're right, Franz. I'm looking at him. As you said, he's barefoot, no shirt. So was he like on his couch enjoying some Christmas cookies and then decides to respond like as if he's police or something? Mike Gould, you served as a police officer for many, many years, retiring as lieutenant. What do you think of this character?
Yeah, definitely. So this goes back to my repetitive point that we're living in a society plagued with untreated mental illness. You don't have to be Sigmund Freud to see this person walking around the airport in Phoenix and understand there's some problem with him. So frankly, I'm surprised he got that far into the airport.
Yeah, me too.
But the airport outside of the TSA, it's no different than your local shopping mall. There's no more security there other than cameras and some police presence, but it's no different than a shopping mall. So this has always been a problem for TSA, is where to start sanitizing for explosives and guns, at what point in the airport. So most of these terminals or the airports, you're free to do anything. When you check in your bag, you can have contraband, explosive. There's nothing there until you get beyond the TSA checkpoint. So
True.
It's vulnerable. We don't expect it at an airport, but again, things are different. It's not the 80s, as Franz said.
Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth, Lieutenant? And I noticed the videographers in some of that footage. It makes me wonder if there were maybe news crews there anyways, reporting on the Christmas travel or something, and then they see this event and get an extra story. My goodness. We'll keep following that one as these cases proceed. Right now, we're going to proceed to a break. My friends, stay with us. Go get another cup of coffee.
Okay, so what do we think about that? I am actually quite floored. Pretty shocked, actually. Yeah, I do agree with what they say. Airports are pretty much just glorified malls. I'm working on something over here on Sarah Boone case. You did post it earlier. Okay, case one, I'm looking for it. The problem is when I'm live, it's really hard for me to go back through threads and find things. So please forgive me for asking again. Yeah. Yes, restaurants should be paying minimum wage. Needs to really be changed. Minimum wage does not really does not really represent the cost of living. Yeah, a lot of countries don't tip. Well, and the thing is with pizza and delivery, I know I've never done delivery, but I understand that a lot of times their gas and everything comes out of the delivery. And so thus it's very, thank you. Thank you very much, because it's, okay, I gotta put this down. I've got so many windows open here. I'm having a hard time following them, but I need them all. Boy, that's a short number, because I'm trying to look something up and I have to have it. And I apologize for asking again, but like I said, when we're live, it's kind of hard for me to go back and find a lot of things quickly. So patience, please. Okay, I want to go back real quick. I want to read a little bit about the Guardian Angels. I find it very interesting. The Guardian Angels is a nonprofit organization. It's volunteer with goal of unarmed crime prevention. The Guardian Angels was organized and founded on February 13th of 1979 in New York City by Curtis Sliwa, S-L-I-W-A. Since then, it has expanded to more than 130 cities and 13 countries worldwide. It began in the New York City. Mayor Ed Koch publicly opposed the group. Over the years, the controversy has diminished. The citizens' involvement and outreach have increased. The rules of engagement: the original and main Guardian Angel activity was safety patrol, in which members walk the streets or ride transit. Guardian Angels must be in uniform to represent the organization. They can be identified by the red berets and red jackets, or a white T-shirt with a red Guardian Angel logo of an eye inside of a pyramid on a windshield. Chapters operated into many networks. They sound like a good group. In the 1980s, they were often seen on subways. I think that's really good. It deters criminal activity if they know that there's people out there watching. I think it's amazing. So good for them, and I hope they come back. Obviously, it's needed. If we can't hire enough people to go and patrol because there's not enough, then why not? Thank you very much, Toxic. I got it. Boone has been transferred to Florida. Yes, I am working on that, but I'm also working on something else. The issue is if a restaurant wants to do delivery, they should provide the vehicles. I agree. You know, a lot of times that is one reason why I didn't do a lot of stuff, honestly. Because when it came to that kind of a job, because I didn't feel it was fair for me to have the wear and tear and the risk of my vehicle, my insurance going up and everything else. Good. I would surmise everything would fall under the Good Samaritan Act law. So if somebody messed with them, they have the right to defend themselves like anybody else does. Oh, she's an hour away from you. Hey, you want to get on a visitation list and go say hi? Paying the gas as it is already trash delivery total. Yeah. Isn't that part of the delivery fee is the gas? Just asking. Once again, I don't know. I've never done deliveries, so it's really hard for me to fully, I don't understand how all that works. So we'll see. It won't pull her up. It's not the right number. I can't pull it up. I'm trying to do the Florida Department of Corrections inmate research, where you can go in and search for an inmate, and I'm not finding her. And it frustrates me. Last name Boone, first name Sarah, the DC number, boom, I should have it, and it's not popping up. That's true. Remember, Scott Peterson was sentenced to San Quentin. One of my friends went out there. She bought back a pack of lifesavers for me. Oh, the irony. I visited San Quentin when I was a young girl, and I lived in California, and we went there many times, multiple times. Yeah, I am on the Florida right now, the Florida Department of Corrections, Correction Offender Network, offender information, and it's not coming up. I kid you not, guys. I'm flustered. Very flustered. Sure, I'll show you what I mean. See what I mean? Here it is. Right? Submit. Did I spell it wrong? Am I spelling it wrong? Oh, see, this is why when it comes to me, I struggle so much at this stuff, and somebody else can do it and get it right away, and it pisses me off. Here we are. So, any of you researcher people, let me know, because I'm getting frustrated. She's been in jail. They have to have it in there when they transfer her. It should be in there right now. I understand she was just transferred, but the moment she is taken out of a jail and put in a vehicle, well, not me, my ex-husband's experience, when the day they take her out of the jail and put her in that vehicle to take her to the new prison, she's already in that system. They already have her name, her prison number, and all of that in the system. And just saying. So we'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep watching. I'm going to screenshot this just so I don't lose it. And we will see what happens in a little bit, though. We will be going and talking about Miss Sarah Boone. Wait for her, but let's finish this up.
We're going to spotlight the Pike County family massacre in Ohio. Remember this case? Well, the last member of the family, Dad Billy Wagner, set to stand trial soon. Plus, murder suspect Luigi Mangione has supporters contributing to his private...
I don't want to hear that again. I do not want to hear anything about that
Prosecutor
again.
and the judge sparred over this week's sentencing.
Okay.
I'm going to proceed to
It may be
sentencing
Florida.
and advance a trial on the other cases.
On my way.
So I'm proceeding to sentencing. I'm going to ask the court staff to have Angela Wagner, the other Wagner case, set for sentencing. I'm done waiting.
Okay, obviously, you know that I will be objecting to every single thing that you just said, so.
Totally should. I didn't expect to make anybody happy.
Your Honor, you can't dismiss a motion. We have not dismissed the specifications. We have not made a motion to dismiss the
And
specifications.
if you think I have to have motions, nothing would ever get done. I'm not trying to run this case until
Ronnie, it doesn't look like that for me.
I think it's necessary for the court to run the case, not hear continued representations that we're going to get this thing negotiated when I'm now at 4 months waiting for something that was inevitable that has never happened. So in my impatience, I'm going
It's there.
You can't dismiss defects without a motion by the state.
I'm telling you, we're out of time. I'm not taking sides.
Ronnie, you're amazing. I love you. I love my mom.
I'm building this upon what I've heard. for
I
4
love you,
months,
Ronnie.
That this isn't going to be a death penalty case. Now I have like people slamming their hands on the table, figuratively, saying that what an outrageous thing the court just did.
Yeah, okay, so what the judge ended up doing, you might remember a few weeks ago, dismissed the possibility of the death penalty against Billy Wagner. Okay, so that was a big deal. And then now you see how upset the prosecutor is that the sentencings for Angela and Jake are going to take place before Billy's trial. So if there was chance of them perhaps cooperating, giving testimony, that may have just gone out the window. But the judge has a point, doesn't he? I mean, 2016, this massacre occurred 2016. You remember this case and the way it was tried. It took a long time.
It is toxic. We got it.
Disjointed at points.
Thanks,
Some of the
Ronnie.
deal making was really questionable. I remember thinking about what I saw as some constitutional issues arising with the pressure the prosecutors were trying to put on each other and on these defendants and on each other and taking deals and testifying against other co-defendants, family members. Let's bring in our attorney guest, Franz Borchardt, who's been a prosecutor. He's a criminal defense attorney now in the private sector. Okay, Franz, this prosecutor clearly unhappy. What do you think? Who do you think has a more valid point here, the judge or the state?
So the judge has a good point. This case is starting to smell funny. It's starting to get a little right. On the other hand, who is the prosecutor really blaming? Who steers the ship of the prosecution? The prosecution does, right? So, I mean, why is it taking this long? Now, I'm not insensitive to the fact that trial work means that things sometimes happen. But here's the thing. If you're going to leverage cooperation as a part of a sentencing, then you need to take care of business. And this judge has had enough of that. And the other part of this is, which is slightly disingenuous by the prosecutor, if
I
they
know, I'm
cooperate,
excited.
she can always go back to the judge post-sentencing and say, Judge, I'm filing this motion with the defense.
Wow.
Kind of reconsideration
He big
based on
dude.
cooperation. And they should get a carrot for that. In my mind, this is sloppy prosecution. And the judges obviously had enough. And not to mention, the defendants have a right to know their fate as well. Yes, they're sitting in jail. Yes, they're not going anywhere. But at some point, when does it become excessive for them to have to wait to know their fate, to know their sentencing? So I think this is the right move by the judge. And candidly, I think this maneuver, regardless of how you feel about the death penalty and regardless about how you feel about him taking the death penalty off the table, this maneuver is probably going to have a ripple effect of bringing all the cases to a conclusion at some point in the near future.
A great analysis, Franz. You know, I remember being really fired up at this case at the time during the trial because I remember hearing about these plea agreements where essentially prosecutors were saying, Well, for you co-defendants, Jake and Angela, if you plead, that'll take the death penalty off the table for the rest of your family. And I remember thinking, you can't do that. You can't. I mean, you have constitutional
Happy New
rights. You
Year,
can't
Debbie. Please
force your
come back. I
candidate to
love
plead
having
and
you with us.
dangle
Thank you so
death
much
over
for
their
joining.
loved ones. Are you kidding me? I remember having a big issue with it. And so now, here we are, and it's like, okay, well, also, I mean, the time has come to take this to trial. As you said, Franz, apparently as part of this deal, Angela and Jake have agreed to testify against George and Billy. So George,
I love
already
having you,
convicted, but-
honey.
so
Welcome
now
to our
we've got
family.
the sentencing happening first. So they're really not incentivized any longer to give
I
that
understand,
testimony.
Toxic.
What happens
It
if
shouldn't
they
take that long.
refuse? So let's say they
It'd
get
be
their
instant.
punishments this Friday and then trial comes and they say, yeah, not saying a word. Are prosecutors just stuck?
So generally, plea bargaining throughout the country in most jurisdictions is governed by contract law, which surprises a lot of people. If you make an offer and there's an acceptance and there's an act in furtherance of that offer, then everybody's bound by that. Now, traditionally, it's not the government or the prosecution that has to undo pleas based on failure of the defendant to live up to their side of the bargain. So could the prosecution try to undo some kind of plea bargain? Yeah, but what does that look like then? Then they're stuck, Julie, with having to possibly try these defendants that don't cooperate. And the bigger picture is, from a constitutional standpoint, and you pointed this out, is the textbook definition of duress is saying, if you don't plead
This
to
is crazy.
I'm going to try to put your loved one to death. Which at some point, those defendants will have a constitutional challenge to their plea. Now, look, so the listeners know this. Pleas for life happen all the time. It happens all the time that a government prosecutor says, hey, look, if you plead to life, I'll take the death penalty off the table. And that is a valid plea. But I have never seen, hey, if you plead, I'm not going to put your family members down like animals. That is not going to survive a constitutional challenge. And frankly, it bewilders me why they would even say that out loud. So this is a very messy, sloppy prosecution. Now, look, at the end of the day, they're probably going to get across the board convictions and lengthy sentences, but this is a good example of how not to do it.
Nothing.
I love your analysis, Franz. You're right. It was a sloppy prosecution. And
They
as
did
you know,
nothing to
if
deserve
you're
this.
sloppy as a prosecutor and how you manage your case, you're going to get sloppy results. So no wonder this thing is a hot mess. It has been. And these poor victims, these people who were so viciously killed, deserve justice. Their families have been waiting for so long. I thought that prosecutor is very disrespectful, interrupting the judge. It's like the judge is speaking. Be quiet, take your lumps, and deal with it. Deal with the mess that's been made. So Friday will be the day, Franz, where, again, the sentencing is going to happen for Angela and Jake, and then Billy Wagner goes to trial in May. Franz, I'm so glad we had you on to analyze this. Stand by for more cues, please. We're going to hit a break. When we come back here on Opening Statements, we're talking about popular murder suspect Luigi Mangione. His supporters are donating to a private fund for his defense, and he's wealthy too. So there's that. We're talking about how the public support may tip the scales in his case.
Coming soon to Court TV.
It's the biggest story that we're covering. He is the boogeyman. Lori Daybell. She said, I will have you destroyed. She's got another murder trial coming up.
A social media sensation, now a suspected killer.
We will not stop fighting. We have no quit.
Sean Diddy Combs arrested on a federal indictment.
The high-stakes trials you don't want to miss. Coming soon. Only on Court TV.
Yuma.
Breathe, do it. And it's completely out of touch. And it's not the intelligence of the American people.
In America, we do not kill people in cold blood.
Now for what's tipping the scales of justice against murder suspect Luigi Mangione. Supporters of his continue
That
raising
was my
money
mama
for him.
wishing
Isn't
me
that
and
crazy?
all of
There's a private
you a
defense fund
happy
for
new
Mangione.
year.
It's now topped over 200,000.
Okay, we've already seen this. Snap your fingers. Cup of coffee appears, but it's cold. It's cold. It be cold, y'all. Okay. Okay. I am doing some stuff on Sarah Boone real quick, and then I'll hop over and we'll grab it. But would love. I am looking. If you guys have anything you want us to watch, anything you want to talk about, anything you want to do, guys, I'm going to be here till 2 a.m. my time. And it's only almost 2 p.m. my time. So please, if you have anything that you'd love to talk or do or watch, as long as it's not going to get me in trouble with the copyright stuff, please let me know, and I'll pop it up. I have no mind, no problem. Post it. Yes, I got all of that. Thank you, guys. I am making something, but I'm looking at a few things from okay, we are going to talk about Lori Vallow right now, and we're going to watch Miss Lori Vallow
Lori Vallow Daybell's
court
upcoming
on
trial.
Court
The
TV.
murder of her fourth husband, Charles Vallow, and the attempted murder of her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux.
Just earlier this month, a judge
Agree.
declared Vallow Daybell competent to stand trial, and a second judge granted her request to represent herself. You heard us right. To
Why?
represent herself at her upcoming murder trial.
What is that going to be like? She's already serving a life sentence in Idaho for the murders of her two youngest children, Tylee and JJ, and her fifth husband's first wife. A lot of numbers in this case. Tammy Daybell was that victim there.
That's right. A lot of victims. Crazy. Court TV anchor Ted Rollins does have a closer look at the charges against Lori Vallow in Arizona.
Her name is Lori. She's unaware of anything. Yeah, Tylee, the daughter, also lives on it.
July 11th, 2019, 62-year-old Charles Vallow has just been shot in his estranged wife Lori's house. As first responders and EMTs tape off the crime scene and begin their investigation, Lori Vallow seems to be more concerned with what her neighbors think than the fact that her husband had been shot.
How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah, okay.
That's why the neighbors took us.
Gotcha.
Like, hi neighbor, sorry.
Charles Vallow died at the scene. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, admitted that he was the shooter, but he claimed he was acting in self-defense.
I didn't see the shot, I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Good point.
And it was freaking out.
A couple of months later, Lori Vallow moved to Idaho with her kids, Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. By December, she was married to her fifth husband, Chad Daybell, and both her children were missing. She was also ghosting Charles's sister and brother-in-law, who were JJ's biological grandparents.
If somebody 2 years ago would have said, this is what's going to happen with Lori, I would have never believed it.
After months of radio silence from Lori, Larry and Kay Woodcock announced a $20,000 reward for information about the kids.
These are beautiful young children. They're two extremely intelligent young children. And we want them back. We want them back in our family.
As police searched for Tylee and JJ, they discovered a disturbing trend of unusual and unexplained deaths or random shootings of people close to Lori and Chad. In mid-October, Chad's wife, Tammy, died unexpectedly at their home 2 weeks before Chad married Lori.
I'm Chad, the husband. She's clearly dead.
Guys, we're going to watch New Year's in Dubai in 5 minutes.
While she was in her driveway.
I'm getting stuff out of the backseat of my car, and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun, and he was and like he was going to shoot at me.
While in Arizona,
That I want to
investigators
talk
found
about
out that the
in a
estranged
minute.
husband of Lori's niece had also been shot at in his driveway back in October.
911, where's your emergency?
Someone just shot my window, and it hit my window, it shattered my driver's side window.
The shot missed Brandon Boudreaux's head by inches, and his private investigator said Brandon had a pretty good idea who was behind this attack.
He believes that Alex Cox was the person who fired that shot, and he knew that Alex Cox was kind of the family hitman.
Police were never able to question Alex Cox about Brandon or Tammy's shooting because he died as well in December of 2019.
911, where is your emergency?
I have a older male here named Alex. He just passed out here on my bathroom.
After Lori and Chad were arrested for the deaths of Tammy, Tylee, and JJ, she was indicted in Arizona for conspiring with Alex Cox to kill Charles Vallow and attempting to kill Brandon Boudreaux. She could be sentenced to 2 more life sentences in prison if she's convicted in Charles's and Brandon's cases.
And Julie, as we know, Lori's trial is set to begin earlier next year. And as we look ahead to that trial, we want to take a look back at the interview that police conducted of Vallow that took place right after the 2019 incident in which Vallow's brother, Alex Cox, shot and killed her then husband, Charles Vallow.
Now remember, this was just months before Tylee, who you will see in this interview, and her brother JJ would vanish. Let's go to the beginning of Lori Vallow's story to the Chandler Police Department, where she alleges her husband started threatening her via text messages when it came to custody over their adopted son, JJ.
I know this sounds silly, but it's probably the easiest way to start is just to tell me what happened. And then so you can start what makes the most sense to you, and we'll just work our way through, and I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions just to kind of clarify. Sure. So I know you talked to the
Sorry about that. I muted when I sneezed. We are going to go over here to Dubai. Dubai. I cannot play the music because it is copyrighted, but I wanted you to see we got about 5 minutes before Dubai reaches their Happy New Year, and we got a video feed, so we're gonna enjoy watching them party. I see a lot of Americans over there. Well, I'm supposing that Americans. And I love this. Ronnie said, if your New Year's resolution is to be better prepared for trial, subscribe to As the Gavel Drops on Discord. Please verify your account so you can access the records. And yes, if you do use their records in any public forum, please make sure to give credit. Yeah, that was a trial that I did not follow. But then again, I don't think I was really into this at the time that all of this happened. While we're waiting for Vallow, I want to answer this question that Ms. Tash asked me. How do you feel about the Menendez brothers and the possible resentencing? Like I said earlier with another case, if there was, in fact, true abuse done to those boys, then they snapped and then they went crazy. I believe they should be punished. But at the same time, I feel they're victims as well as perpetrators. And I struggle with that because I can say I've been through some very horrific bad things out there. And I don't want to share everything live right now. This is not the time or place. But I will tell you that I could see people getting to that snapping point if they are truly being abused in the manner that they were. That said, people say, well, they were sleeping when they unalived them. Well, yeah, they were sleeping when they unalived them. But there's also the fact that when they weren't sleeping, it probably couldn't, they couldn't do it. So how do I word this? They deserve to be punished. I think 30 years is a good sentence. I believe that at some point they should be able to be, everybody's redeemable. Let me put it that way. Everybody can be redeemed is whether or not you are redeemable by your own choice. Do you make a better person out of yourself? I think you can. Some people believe they find Jesus. If you're Christian, and I am one, but it's a conscious choice to become a better human being. You can be a bad person you can become a bad person by your situation, surroundings, or upbringings. Your environment can turn you into a very bad person. They were both extremely young, and I think that if they haven't truly been reformed, then I believe there should be an option for them to be able to get out of jail or prison. I do not believe they are a harm to society. I think that is true. Do I believe that they've served their time? I think they have, because in a lot of states, not all states, and this is where I kind of wish there was a little more uniformity across what is a life sentence. I think that some states, life in Texas, life is life. If you don't get the possibility of parole, life is life and you're done. And some states, after 30, 35 years, that's considered life. So I think that at the time that this happened, and as much time as they've served, I think that they should have a possibility. They should be able to petition a parole board, but that's not how it is. And the law changed shortly after. They did not harm. They are not a harm to society, and they have done amazing things in prison. That is true. That is true. They have shown good character in prison. They have definitely shown who they are. They have been impeccable inmates. So I think all that should be taken in consideration. And if it's not taken in consideration, that's a problem. Oh, no, they were not sleeping. They were alive in the TV room. Yeah. But I'm just saying, even if they were sleeping, there comes a point to where, oh, look at that. Is that the king, the prince, the king? They have spent their time bettering themselves and helping others. I I agree. I believe they've served their time at this point. I think, though, that sometimes that's kind of cool. I believe that at some point, we really need to revisit the punishment or system that we have now. I think some people get life in prison who shouldn't have life in prison, and other people get 18 months, like Hannah Gutierrez Reed, for the responsibility of Helena Hutchins, and only gets 18 months. I think they need to have a better system. That's all I can say. Yeah, and that's another good point. But that's cool. Well, if you got to have a tower to do it, but I've never been to Dubai. I've always wanted to go to Dubai, but I think it's insanely a lot of money, and I just won't and can't do it. All right, Dubai. Happy New Year, Dubai. Congratulations to all those in Dubai and that part of the world. Happy New Year. May it be a blessed New Year. May you find health and happiness. I won't say financial because Dubai is just so freaking rich. But in that, wow, see, I like this. Oh, Haley Mouse, thank you for the gift of membership. You were so freaking amazing. Oh, thank you. Who got it? Who got it? Candace. Oh, you got 3 memberships from Miss Haley Mouse. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so pretty. I am so loving this. Oh, snap. That means I got to take another drink. A sip an hour. I can't drink much. I'll be sound asleep. I'll be like that. Okay, at 6 hours. Well, and when my live reaches 6 hours, or just shy of, I'm gonna teleport you over into a second part of a new live because I need to do that because after 12 hours, you will not see the live. And number one. Number two, if I need to do any edits, I cannot do the edits, unless it's 6 hours or less. So I'm enjoying watching this. What do y'all think about this? Oh my gosh, that's kind of cool. Now, I remember Haley Mouse talking about the fact that people are getting away from the fireworks and going more towards the drones. Me not. I love fireworks. And drones are so expensive. Fireworks are expensive too. But this drone work that they do is like, oh my gosh, hundreds to thousands of drones. That's outrageously expensive. I want to know who has 1,000 drones and who can afford it. Trump maybe, but Elon Musk. But this, I love this. This is cool. What do y'all think about that? Yes, we will, Haley Mouse. Wow. I'm just enjoying watching this for a minute. Now, they already had their New Year. And I don't know if I can't. The problem with some of this stuff is the music. Oh, New Jersey has a load of drones. Yeah. But we'll watch Australia's video in just a second. I just got it geared up. I just love the fireworks. That's just me. That is just me. Never been to New York. Well, I take that back. Been to New York. I flew into New York. I flew out of New York. And there you go. That's the extent of my New York. That be my extent of the New York. Well, we're going to watch it in a minute. Well, that's true. We do have drought, and I get that. We have drought too. In that case, I understand the drones, but it doesn't feel. Depending on the case, life in Canada is 25 years, and they can apply for parole. I agree. Roman candles. I love Roman candle wars with buddies. Yeah, until you get burnt. Until you get burnt. Next hour will be. Next hour will be New Year's in Kenya. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Well, my whole thing, I have oh, there it is. Had a fuzz from my blanket on my face. My thing is there's just too much. Here you have involuntary manslaughter, 18 months in one place, and another place they get 10 years. I would like to see more basic across the board consistency. I understand it's state to state. I get it. But I'm more worried about all these people who've been pardoned, who are those who have unalived a lot of people, and there's no supervision. I think if you're pardoned and you're there for life, that you should be supervised for life, even if you've been pardoned. And I know people will argue me, but I don't think people who have committed heinous crimes should be pardoned. It is very affordable to visit. Well, then maybe I ought to go visit. I would love to go visit Dubai. That's just me, my humbleness. I want to go visit Dubai. This is so pretty. Okay. So now we're going to hop on over to this one. Let me get back over here. Make this embiggen. Yay, look how pretty theirs is. I can't play the music because it's... Yeah, I can't play sound. Banshee is headed to Dubai in 2 weeks for work. Oh, Banshee. You are so lucky. Look how pretty. Oh, look, they have the ballerina on the bridge. Oh, let me get Toxic down right here. Right here. Look, there's a ballerina. Oh, they have some. Now that's kind of cool. That is stuff. See, I like that stuff. I like the fireworks. I like fireworks. I like fireworks until they cause a problem. And then, Houston, we have a problem. I'm going to put this music in the background. Okay, down here. It's so pretty. So pretty. Okay, so in a little bit, I would like to do what was I going to do online? Oh, I would like to, of course, I'm opening the floor for anybody who would like to join either by phone or video. If you, the rules is to don't keep it political. Keep politics, pineapples, no politics. And other than that, I would love for us to be able to ask any questions of me. Just kind of like they did on AJ, on the channel of them. And just, I'm here for you guys. We will be talking about Sarah Boone in a little bit. I'm getting some information together. I mean, the drones can be kind of cool, but there's something authentic about the fireworks. It's organic. It amazes me what they could do with the fireworks. Look at that. It looks like a river with the fog and clouds, and it's just so unique. Yeah, you can do some of that with drones, but you can't get the mist, and you can't get the sound, and you can't get the smell, and I just enjoy it. Every time I'm in San Antonio and I'm there at 9:00 at night, and Six Flags, it has really a real nice firework display. I always go and watch the display. Sit across the street in the parking lot and watch the display. It's just so nice. It's so pretty. I don't know. It's just nostalgic for me. I don't do fireworks I've never done fireworks often. I think probably in my life, the total of times I've done fireworks is what? 5 times? 6 times? Personally. I have a funny story though. So that's done. So what happened, my biological father is cray-cray. He, my biological father came and picked me up, and took me to see my mom and my bio mom. And it was I met him on New Year's Day. He drove down. I found out about my bio parents, my bio dad explicitly, and his wife on Christmas. I talked to him for the first time on a Christmas. By New Year's, he was there at my door, and it was awesome. But he came and picked me up later that year. He said, you need to go see your mother and grandmother, and they're not able to travel. I'll come pick you up and drive you halfway across the nation. And we did, and we picked up this huge round thing. It was about 1.5 feet across, and it was about 3 feet tall, a firework thing. And there's a place where you can do fireworks year round. And so we went through the whole trip. We forgot all about him in the back of the car. So on the way back home at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, we were like, because it's a 22-hour straight drive. And we were in the middle of country, nowhere. No one for hours did we see on the roads. Okay. It was country road in the middle of nowhere, nobody around, no house, nothing, right? Nothing but a road that went for miles and miles and miles. So he decided, this is so illegal. He decided he was going to set that thing off in the middle of the street. I wasn't going to argue with the man. You know, do what you're going to do. Your car, your firework, you going to jail, not me. And he set the thing off, and we started driving to get away from it because it was big. And we probably got 1/4 mile down the road, and it's going. And we could see it in the back of the car. And we pull into a driveway and turn off the lights of the vehicle so we could sit and watch the fireworks. And all of a sudden, police come. 3 cop cars go boom, down the road right towards where that was. And oh my God, they didn't see us. And I was sitting there shaking in my tennis shoes, and he was laughing his butt off. And it was the biggest, beautiful home firework I'd ever seen. He probably spent $200 on it. I don't know. It was expensive. Right now, today, it'd be about $500-600. It was huge, beautiful, great way to end the trip. As soon as that cop car passed us and was out of our sight, he went down the road about 1/4 mile before he turned his lights on. It was so funny. That's a good memory. He loves Dubai. Well, I'm glad he loves Dubai. So anyway, it was one of those things that do as I say, don't do as I say and not as I do. I would never suggest anyone doing that. Okay, so we're going to watch a little bit about the Lori Vallow case, and then we're going to get into Sarah Boone a little bit.
Okay. So yeah, if you can just kind of tell me kind of what happened. It sounds
Qatar,
like some of this may have started last night or something along those
Bahrain
lines. So
is next.
start where you think it
Kuwait
makes
is
the most
next.
sense. Okay. So
Iran is in 15 minutes.
I told you, it's a crazy question.
Well, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is over in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. But he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul, and then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me,
what kind of threats?
Just you have to read them to me, but he's always mad at me, right? Okay. And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him, so that's just how it is. Like, So we married for 14 years. We've dealt with it for 14 years, and him being horrible to her. Like, he gets in huge fights with her. A lot of things. But anyway, so he said, I'm coming on Wednesday night. All of a sudden, I want to see JJ. And I told him, I said, I will never keep JJ from you. You can come see whatever you want to. Come take him to school, whatever. Like, I'm not going to do that.
So when you initially moved, he had said he was going to buy you a house. So you moved here with your
Yeah, he was
kids.
going to rent us a house.
And so you moved.
All my family lives here. So we lived here for a long time.
Okay.
And then he moved us to Houston.
Okay.
And we were there with my son. He was out of school. He didn't have any of his like services, his DDD, his anything. He like ripped him out of school and said, we're moving.
Okay.
And I didn't go with him at first. And he took him. And I let him take him. And I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, blah, blah. You know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing for the past 7 years. Because men need to do that. You don't have 5 kids. I have grown kids. I have grandkids. Like, okay, you're going to threaten me that you're not going to let me see my child without supervised visitation? Okay, do it for 30 days and see how long it lasts.
How many of y'all want to watch this, or do you want to do Sarah Boone? I'm not interested in listening to her go crazy for an hour. Not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea. Y'all let me know. I'm waiting to hear from you. Not really interested in rehashing. Oh, he has a award show? I didn't do that. We'll do Boone. Oh. Okay, we're gonna do Sarah Boone. I'm getting it. I have to get everything lined up. Okay, Sarah Boone. We have multiple things going on with Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone has been moved. And I'm going to that down here. Give me a second. I'm getting it ready. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to put this up. Okay, so Miss Sarah Boone, I'm going to share this. Has been moved, and there it is. I'm going to share it to stage. Okay, here we go. Miss Sarah Boone, and we got several documents to look at. Mangdinggimbo is Happy New Year's, Chinese. It's the only thing I've ever learned in another language. I learned that from a teacher who went to the Chinese New Year, which is not now. It's the US. I mean, it's a world New Year, but not Chinese New Year. Okay, let's talk about Miss Sarah Boone. If anybody wants her number, and there it is, U7572509. Miss Sarah Boone is a white woman, female. Birth date is 10/10/77, which she proudly announces. Well, 10/10/1970s, 10/10/77. And initial receipt date was 12/30/24. Current facility is a Florida Women's Center, Reception Center. Her custody is pending, meaning she's there, but not fully processed. She's sentenced to life. Confinement status, not in confinement. Confinement status is an internal status used by the FDC within the correctional facility. Probably means she has not even been released. She's not in population yet. She probably isn't even in her final dorm or cell yet. She is in reception, so she is not eligible for visits, but disabled visitation application form 1 and 2 are disabled because she is not qualified to be receiving any visitation at this time. When she can receive visitation, this will be filled out. And possibly you can go visit Miss Sarah Boone. And I will be glad to help somebody get in if I could. But this is Miss Sarah Boone's correctional inmate population information detail as of 12/30 of 24. Okay. So Miss Boone is, if it's anything like the Texas, first of all, they move you at crazy odd hours, like at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., that kind of thing. Usually you're moved in that manner. And you're on a bus usually or van that's got crazy armory on the vehicle. Miss Boone is such a high public profiled person that they probably moved her in a very different, well, they could have in a different manner. I love somebody said they moved her in a bread truck. That was so funny and I loved it. Oh, she's supporting a paper outfit right now and being watched, I think. I don't know if they do paper there. They are automatically put on a self-unaliving watch for a certain number of days, usually minimum of 2 to 3 days. They are in what I call the padded gown. It looks like, the moving blankets that they use to move furniture, like pianos and such. It looks like they took a moving blanket and made a gown out of it. Sleeveless, uncomfortable. They sleep on a hard floor. They can only have a blanket if someone's watching them. It is not fun at all. And then she goes through a lot of process. There's psychological evaluations, medical evaluations, scratchy as, oh, you want scratchy as, yes. How would you know? Toxic. Have you had one on? Has Toxic worn one before? They are very uncomfortable. And people think they might be warm because they're heavy, but nothing's really warm because it's cold, because you can't have any socks or underwear or anything. So we'll see. Yes, I'm going to change it for the next live to the crown. See, I'll tell you a story about these in a minute. So there's some documentation we have to look at, y'all. We got documentation. We got documentation. We got documentation. Let me look at the dates on this. 23, 18, 4, 18, 2. We're going to look at this one first. I like to try to get these in order of when they... Okay, I'm going to try and get this where everybody can see it and biggin it. Give me a second. One thing I hate about the programs I have right now is that's the biggest it can get. Let me try to get it to fit screen. But it's not showing it on your end. Why is it not showing it on your end? It's not adjusting at all. Why not? I said, okay, that's the best I'm going to get it, guys. Sorry. Okay, I want to explain something real quick. Is my window frozen? Let me remove it, add it back to stage. Oh, there we go. Now we got it. Okay, as you see this gavel, and you will say as the gavel drops, anything that comes from as the gavel drops will be watermarked. Although it does make it harder for me to read. It's okay, Toxic. We'll get through it. Because it is very important that people understand and know that when we use documents that are come from a source, some of them are paid for, and therefore we must give credit where it comes from. So if you use any documents from As the Gavel Drops, oh, that's okay. I'm not trying to give out your secrets, my dear. I'm just explaining what we're seeing. We must give credit because, like I said, these documents are not free. Most documents are not free. Somebody pays, so we have to always be courteous to everybody. Okay, this is an affidavit of insolvency for purpose of appeal. State of Florida, County of Orange personally appeared before me above named defendant Sarah Boone, who, being firstly sworn by me, disposes and says under oath that she is totally insolvent and utterly unable to pay the charges, costs, or fees in this case, either in whole or part, that she has no property or other means of payment, either is in his or her possession or under his or her control, and that he and she is not devised him or herself of any property, either real or personal, for the purpose of receiving benefits from this oath, and that he or she at this time is wholly without funds, and unless the court makes and enters an order adjudicating this defendant's insolvent for purposes of appeal, he or she will be deprived of his or her rights under law. This affidavit offers himself or herself up to the court now or at such future time as the court may see fit for the purpose of further examination into his or her insolvency. Affidavit further says that she has been informed that a lien for the value of the services rendered by public defender, court-appointed counsel may be filed and impressed by law on any property he or she now has or may hereafter have. That affidavit has further been informed that before any such lien is filed and impressed, he or she will be provided a notice of hearing for the purpose of being heard to any such. In other words, boo, I am dirt poor and I can't afford an appellate attorney. So I must ask the court for some assistance. And that is so true. Okay, let me look. I think we have some New Year's coming up. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Did we miss it? 30 minutes. Okay. So basically, she's saying, as a poor woman, and I can't afford it. There we go. No, she won't be writing letters for a while. She won't have access to stuff. Statement of judicial act to be reviewed. There it goes. It looks good there. And motions for court reporter to transcribe, design the proceedings. Come now, the defendant, appellant, by, through, and undersigned counsel hereby issue the following statement of judicial act to be reviewed. The court denied defendant's motion for continuance on September 3rd of 24. Court denied defendant's second amended motion to suppress defendant's statements as of OCSO on October the 2nd of 24. Court denied defendant's motion for new trial on December 2nd of 24. The court denied defendant's motion for downward departure for December 2nd of 24. Judgment in the sentence of the court is on December 2nd of 24. In support of aforesaid statement of judicial acts to be received and on appeal, the defendant appellant hereby designates the following described proceedings to be transcribed by the circuit court reporter. Number one, a hearing on motion for continuance held September 3rd of 2024. Hearing on Second Amendment motion to suppress defendant's statement on OCSO held on October 2nd. Jury selection and trial held from October 14th through October 25th. Sentencing held on December 2nd. I hereby sign and clarify. So what this is doing is they are asking the court to provide the transcripts for the motion for continuance September 3rd, the hearing amended motions to suppress on October 2nd, the trial and the sentencing. The reason why we read the previous motion is because they have to declare her basically indigent and unable to afford these transcripts here. Transcripts are thousands of dollars. I looked at getting a transcript of my ex-husband's case, and it was almost 12 grand for transcripts because I was not in the trial. Yeah. Okay. Here's the next one, y'all. Let me do this. There we go. Is that working? Yay. Okay. Filed on 12/18 of 2007. Order appointing appellant counsel. This matter is before the court on the 18th day, December 24th. The court appointed appellant counsel based on the foregoing. It is hereby ordered and adjudged that Alan Holland, Esquire, is relieved from further representation of the defendant in the above style cause, and Jonah Adams, Esquire, is hereby appointed to represent the defendant in this cause. And it is done so and ordered. So she has just swapped from one appellate to another. Y'all, I wonder how many appellate counsel she's going to go through. Happy New Year, Dr. Bullbutter. We've been missing you, my beloved friend. So, yes, be safe, everybody. 26 minutes, Madagascar. Comoros, Somalia, Yemen, Qatar, Kuwait, Iran, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Armenian, will be having their New Year's. Another sip of wine. Yeah, you think? You think? We miss you, Dr. Bullbutter. I haven't seen or heard from you. I'm feeling neglected. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, beloved. I'm kidding, beloved. We do miss you. So we have these 3 documents that we have talked about. And of course, we do have, once again, her new mugshot. Doesn't she look just so... Oh, while I'm looking at her. Sarah Boone, Happy New Year. May you never feel the feeling of suffocation in a suitcase. May you never get the experience of a rock in a sock. I will go on, but I would get in trouble. Happy New Year for the rest of your life in prison. Cheers. Hope you enjoy. I know I'm being mean. You'll fit in well. I don't think she'll fit in well. I don't know if we can get behavioral. Can we get behavioral notes from prison? That was a lot of prosciutto. Oh my gosh, it's so good. But chewy when you get a whole bunch in your mouth at one time. Okay. So, let me read what it said about her. Not much. It's just a rehash of her trial. So Miss Sarah Boone is going to spend a lot of time in jail for the rest of her life, which she deserves. I have no sympathy for her. I thought you guys, my balloons over here got knocked. I got to move them back. Oh, they're not going to put up with just sass. They're not going to put up with a lot of things from her. She is a hot mess. I can't stand her at all. Look what I got. It's a confetti pop, and it's going to go all over my office, but I'll do it anyway, just for y'all. So this new case, for those of you who don't know, I have a new case. Well, old new case. I have a case that is a Kerrville case. I think it happened in 2017. But they are asking for DNA to be done on some of the evidence. And so we are waiting to see. GCon 7, oh my gosh, welcome. Where are you from? Go Dodgers. Woohoo. Case 1. A thump is nothing. I want a butt whooping on that woman. You know, I got to be good. I don't wish her ill will much. It just gets to some point that somebody, you just know she's going to say the wrong thing to the wrong person. And in all honesty, people know she's coming, and a lot of people know what she's done, even in that prison system. Just because they're in jail don't mean they don't know who's coming. And eventually, she's going to get it, and she's going to get it hard, and it's going to be nasty, and it's going to be horrible. Not many people make it out of prison without having some kind of what we call a scuff to cuff. Sensei, I love you, mija. I love you, mija. But you were right under my feet. I'm going to unplug for a second. I got to fix the balloons. And that got my little girl to move. There we go. Happy New Year's, everybody. Oh, yeah, slip on a banana. She's going to get some bananas, all right. Unless she can get in there and really prove herself as the top dog. I don't know. Yeah, she's going to know what George feels like by being pushed into the corner. And it would not surprise me if, in all honesty, she's going to be under protection. Oh, yes. And the prison knows this. So how long do I really would love to take a poll. How long do you think it will be for them to put her in general population? How long do you think she's going to be before she gets put in general pop? Because if she's smart, she would be begging segregation for a while. Begging separate. I'm not kidding. Segregation. I mean, they are going to keep her. But at some point, they're just going to have to let her go. And they're just going to have to see what happens. And everybody's going to have to get along at some point. But she hates being alone. She doesn't like being in a room by herself, which is weird to me. You're a grown-ass woman. What do you mean you don't like to be in a room by yourself? What do you mean you can't be alone? What's wrong with that? Something's wrong with that, folks. Just saying. Oh, she can claim battered spouse all she wants, and everybody knows that's not the case. Oh, she'll promise everyone cheese. Eventually, I'm going to do that parody. I am. I think myself and Spawn of AJ are going to do it. I'm going to go up there. They have a private lake. We're going to do a video parody of her, and I can't wait. 30 days in the hole, they said. Well, you know, that may break her because, once again, she can't stand being alone. Or is it?
I don't like being alone. I cannot handle the small room. I want to be in general population. I don't care if they beat me up. It's my right to be in general population.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, yes. They can't resist me. I know what they want, and I know how to get it. Just like with George. I wonder, can they sneak me in a suitcase? I need to get rid of a guard. I kinda had a relationship, and I need to hide him. Can somebody send me a suitcase, please? I know that's bad, but I'm bad.
All right.
Okay, guys. Just so you know.
I'm going to set this up. I can see her talking to the women in prison sitting down playing cards. Just picture that.
Hey, ladies. You know, when I was in jail, I was very good at lifting things. You know, I had all that cheese, and I had the gloves that I cut the fingertips off so y'all can stuff them and swallow. Yep. You know, when inspection comes, you can just swallow. Yep. And then I had staples. You know, we can customize our outfits. We can even maybe do a modeling show. Yep. That would be fun. And, you know, well, I'm always up for some hide and seek.
Anybody want to play some hide and seek? You hide, I seek.
Oh, but don't you know, I'm a great student and artist. I love to make things. You know, that's what I did with my lover before I unalived him. I am the art queen. We painted, we put puzzles together. Gosh, we had such a good day. So, if you'd like to play, we can color, draw, and put puzzles together. And then we can make a box that looks like a suitcase, and you can get in it and play hide and seek. Yeah, that sounds like my kind of fun.
Oh my God. Hide and seek brought to you by Samsonite. You got that right. I love playing with her voice. I really, really, really do. I love having fun with her voice.
You know, they call me the drama queen for a reason. Nobody asked why I was wearing a tiara today. Well, it's New Year's, and you know what? I'm wearing it in honor of the ultimate drama queen, Sarah Boone.
All right. Yeah, I know I'm being funny. For those of you who live in the northern parts of the United States, the Northern Lights will return on New Year's Eve in the areas of, let me look. In the northern United States on December 31st, displaying potentially through the New Year's Day. In the lower parts of the lower Midwest to Oregon might also be treated for if they are lucky. Well, we ain't getting it here, honey. We ain't getting nada here. Celestial Force, if you get to see him, please take pictures. That would be phenomenal. Phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal. What? Connecticut? Security of State confirms judges have no bonds. Okay. So we did not do an award show this year, but I think we all agree who would be the winner for the best judge this year? Please put your comments down below. Who do you think was the best judge of a full-length trial this year? I can still do it. We can do it live. Why not? Let's do it live. Oh, there's so much stuff on about Jimmy Carter right now. I know. So I'm just kind of cruising. I'm looking. Actually, I'm kind of looking for something specific. I cannot wait to see if I get these people to come on trial for me, on my show for me about this case that was a couple years ago here in Kerrville. You know, take pictures, guys. Okay, question. Let me do this. Question and answer. Who was the best Who is the best judge this year? There we go. Starting it. Woohoo. Don't need live chat. There we go. What is this? As a kid, we had "You're getting silly, time for bed," or "Stop it before I knock your lights out." Kranick, yeah, that's who I vote for. But y'all vote for whoever you want, because somebody's going to get an actual award this year for the best judge of the year. But I have to tell you, Kranick is running right up there. Kranick is absolutely amazing with Sarah Boone. By the way, I watched a thing on judges, and a retired judge actually said that he did not believe that Kranick would have read every single word of those letters. Usually they do not. However, he may have, just for the fun of it. Okay, Stephanie Boyd is phenomenal. I maybe should have clarified that, but you can put Stephanie Boyd if you want. Alec Baldwin may get a new trial. The Delphi murder, Richard Allen possible gets an appeal. Donna Adelson will be going on trial in June. So we've got some stuff coming up. I'm kind of looking around for something. No, I don't want to do. I want to see all. No, thank you. Anybody watch the Jodi Arias testifies? I did not watch that. I'm looking for some things to see kind of what's going on. Some of these are old, so we're getting a little bit into that lull. Have y'all heard of the catfish for murder? AB doesn't need one. He's acquitted. Yeah, this is true. Alec Baldwin was acquitted. All right, let's talk about Alec Baldwin and that. Do y'all agree he should have been acquitted? What is your opinion on Alec Baldwin? I believe on a technicality, he should have been acquitted. I heard that that some people were trying to see if they could get him up on a different charge. I don't know about that. You like the judge in Murdaugh? Is that this judge?
They bring the jury.
Him?
They bring the jury.
I just wish it was louder.
We had a good day.
There's Sarah Boone.
It was a good day. Thank you. You may proceed.
I just wish that was louder. I don't know how to make that louder.
They bring the jury.
It's not a super loud soundbite. Well, technically, he is going to be held somewhat responsible, but here's something that was not really made. I think it was brought out, but I don't think it was fully discussed. Uh, yeah, I didn't think I would be. I'm not trying. Yeah. Um, the thing about Alec Baldwin is it wasn't brought out at trial, which I wish it was number one, the moment this happened, he paid for an entire funeral. He didn't have to do that. He set up a very generous college fund for the kids. He has given millions to that family. He has. And he's being sued along with the other producers. So for me, I struggle a little bit because people think he's getting off scot-free. But he did all this willingly. It wasn't demanded, it wasn't asked for. He personally feels very convicted about what had happened. And, but do I criminally believe he's responsible to the point to where he deserves to spend a bunch of time in jail? I don't know. I'm on the fence about that. It is really difficult for me to decide. I don't think the buck stops with Alec Baldwin. I'm sorry, Adair. I don't. The buck stops with Hannah Gutierrez. I guess I've known some actors, and I guess I've talked to enough actors, and I guess I've done some research. And the frustrating part of all this is when you sit here and you're on a set and you're practicing, and they hand you a prop, a lead shooter, and they tell you it's cold. And they stick it in your belt. Not you. They put it in his belt, which is what they're supposed to do. There should be no reason he would believe that there was anything in it. And I guess he's worked on grade B movies. He's worked on the very high end to low end productions. And I guess he's always had experiences with good prop masters and very good armorers. And he would have no reason to believe that he would have to question anything when it comes to the safety of the lead shooter. And number one, who in their right mind would ever think there would be a reason to have a live round on set? I don't know if he's doing it out of guilt or out of just being a kind human being. Yeah, he is going to always feel guilty. I mean, I've known people who've had accidents, and it was an accident, and somebody became unalived, and they felt guilty for the rest of their life, even though it was an accident that they could not see the person, not that they did not see the person. It's where the person was on a motorcycle in conjunction with the vehicle coming up to an intersection. The person could not see them. Couldn't. Not that they didn't. Didn't means you didn't look. Didn't means that you didn't whatever. And they helped pay for the funeral, even though they had no responsibility or legal right to do so. I'm saying other sets. I'm not saying Hannah actually handed it to him. But I'm saying he's had good qualified armors who would put it in his holster, who would tell him it was clean and clear, or, it was cold. And he just believed them. If anything, yes, there's guilt for that. But do I think he needs to spend time in jail for that? No. I think that if the family sues and wins in the suit and he has to pay millions more, so be it. I believe that is a huge responsibility. I don't think jail is going to fix this for him. It was not his responsibility, and people say he was a producer. Well, each producer has a different role and responsibilities, and that was not his. He's an actor. He is not, that's right, he's an actor. He is not an armor or a prop master. That is not his wheelhouse. And I understand that there were things that were going on that set. But once again, here's the way I see it. If Hannah took her job serious and was handling everything appropriately, and we saw videos where all the weapons were pointing down, that we saw videos of her shaking each piece of lead as she loaded the lead shooter, and we saw all that kind of stuff, I would not think that she is as responsible. I would then go to the people who provide the ammo. I think ultimately it's the provision of the ammo and the lead and the armor. It's their responsibility. I'm talking legally. I'm not talking morally here. I don't disagree on that comment. I'm talking legally, not morally. Once again, legally, not morally. Do I believe that if I was in his position and I had knowledge of weapons, I would check the weapon? If his knowledge of weapons is just what he's gained from on sets, that's one thing. That he has better knowledge, which I don't know. He may educate me if he does. You got that right. And the alcohol and everything else. We can agree to disagree, but I'm talking legally. I'm not talking morally. And I think they overcharged him. I don't think that he should have been charged the same thing. And that may be where I'm really frustrated. I don't think they should have charged him the same thing as that Hannah Gutierrez was charged. If they charged him with something along the lines of inappropriate use of a weapon that caused bodily or deadly harm or bodily injury, and he got 20 years of probation or something like that, I would be more on board with. Exactly. So I think that had they charged him with something different that was more geared to the fact that he didn't check the weapon, and that all of that, then I might be on board. But I'm not on board with the same equal responsibility that Hannah Gutierrez had. I guess that's what's bothering me so much. Not so much that they would have charged him with anything. It's just the fact that what they're charging him with, I think, was an overreach. If I was on a jury, I would struggle finding him guilty of that. Just like with Karen Reed, they had lessers, and those lessers, one of them was which I think it wasn't something about her being drinking and use of a vehicle that caused a bodily harm or death. I think if they would have charged him with something lesser, I would have been more on board. Legally, he should have had a prop person and an armorer not combined within 2 weeks of notice. Yeah. As soon as he gave the TV interview, I disagree. He needed to be charged if he kept his mouth shut. Probably not. That's a good point. Once again, I'm not saying he shouldn't be charged with something. I'm saying the charge that he was charged with, I don't believe he should have been charged with. Hannah is still in prison. She got 18 months, so she'll be getting out soon enough. I think he shouldn't have given the TV interviews. I think that's wrong. And there's a lot of things I think he shouldn't have done. I don't think he either listened to his attorney or his attorney didn't control him. That's my humble opinion. Now, once again, like I said, he is someone who has diarrhea of the mouth. I believe he was scared. He was just trying to fix things. He was just trying to say things. So for me, he did something stupid. He opened his mouth on public TV. I mean, how stupid can you get, people? But as she should be, and it should have been longer. I agree. But that's the state. 18 months is the penalty for what she got in that particular state. Other states can be 18 years. And that's where I sometimes wish things were more across the board for certain crimes, not all crimes. But when it comes with felony crimes or murder or unaliving, yeah, I think you're right. I don't think she got enough time. And she pled for her certain crime of bringing a weapon into a bar, which I thought was absolutely stupid. Hannah, why would you do that? You know better. Okay, we've got some people who just celebrated New Year's. You guys, we're getting closer to our own 9 hours, I believe. All right, here we go. Okay, who just now hit New Year's? All right, Madagascar, Happy New Year. Comoros, Happy New Year. Tanzania, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to Somalia. I have friends in Somalia. Happy New Year's. Yemen, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Saudi Arabia. Happy New Year, Kuwait. Happy New Year, Iraq. Happy New Year, Iran. Happy New Year to, I can't even say it. Can't say it. Russia, Moscow. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's to Samara. Happy New Year's to somewhere in Russia I can't pronounce. So Happy New Year's to that corner of the world. May it be blessed. May you have health, wealth, and happiness and peace. Happy New Year's to all of you. And once again, thank you for the music from my fabulous mods. And what I think it was Toxic who found that for me. Yay! You're calling at 9 p.m. We'll wish you, well, even though you're asleep, we'll try and remember. Yes, please, guys. I have two fabulous sponsors. One is Ollie Tea. Please go buy their tea. If you do, you enter the Ada K10, gets 10% of your order every time, not just the first time. It is a natural organic tea, which I'll be drinking in a little bit. No harsh chemicals, no preservatives. It is fabulous. And the Rockin' Rooster is really good. I like it because if you have a cold or upper respiratory, it's got a bunch of natural stuff to help with that. I'm getting some allergies, so that's probably what I'm going to have. I'm trying not to sneeze right now. But please go to buyollytea.com using my discount code. You guys, it makes great gifts. And by the way, if you ever want to bless a public servant like a firefighter, a police officer, anybody who does wonderful, nice things for you, tea and coffee are always fabulous gifts that everybody enjoys. So thank you very much. Celestial Force, hey. Welcome in, Lawyer B. Happy New Year, Lawyer B. Lawyer B, where are you, Lawyer B? I also am wanting you guys to hop on. I got a cell phone here. You just got to text, let me know in the comments, hey, calling you. I got a cell phone here that's plugged in and ready to go. The number is pinned in the comments. And also my StreamYard, if you want to hop on and join me. Guys, this is going to be a long day for me. And I love having people come join me. It's 4 p.m. for you there, Lawyer B. Hey, Lawyer B, you want to join me? Also, for your court documents, go to Gavel Drops. As the Gavel Drops in Discord, be sure to verify your account when you join, or you won't be able to look up any of the fabulous information that I just read earlier. The information I just read earlier came from As the Gavel Drops. Believe it or not, a lot of the people that you see doing what I do get a lot of their information from As the Gavel Drops, believe it or not. Oh, well, I appreciate it. Anybody can come join me within reason. I do got to do a background check, blood and urine draw before you can hop on. Not. Let's talk about the Alec Murdaugh case. I want to talk about the Alec Murdaugh case. Alec Murdaugh was one of the big cases, the first ones for me that I covered. I don't know where Zach is. I haven't seen him lately. He's probably over on somebody else's live. I don't mind mentioning certain creators on my live, but I don't know which creator he is. I know I spilt something on me right there, and it's driving me crazy. God knows where he is. Who knows? He may be fishing. Hey, he's making out with the fish. You know how he likes to kiss his fish. And y'all who don't know, all of you who don't know, there's his little picture is him kissing a fish. Hugs and support, Ada Music Man. Yes, I saw you over on RAs. Nice to have you back over here. Thank you very much for joining. I know everyone's kind of bouncing around. I had a rough start this morning, so the cold has started here in central Illinois. It's going to get brutal is what weather teams are saying. Well, the weather's dropped here in Texas and it's getting chilly. It was 84 degrees, I think, yesterday. It was said to be, but it actually reached 89 degrees. And today's high is 66. And then our weather goes basically 67, 60s to 70s is our high, lows in the 40s, low 40s, high 30s. Wednesday, a week from tomorrow or today, is going to be 24 degrees with a high of 37. And then it says we have potential for snow and rain, and I don't think that's going to happen. Every time they say potential, it never happens. That Friday or ish, because it's getting down to 27 with some kind of moisture. I know you bounce around a lot. That's okay. You're the Energizer Bunny. You go poink, 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 poink. Alec Baldwin case. Okay, y'all didn't answer. So the best judge of the year. I think Cranick won that one. Okay, I'm thinking of another question. What was the worst case outcome of the year? Okay, let me know what y'all think. I got another question up. Yes, Sumner's is good. Cranick for sure. I think overall, I like everybody that y'all have said, but I think Cranick for sure is one of the ones that I particularly really appreciated the way he handled that case. Although I think that they think they have some appellate issues over the fact that he would not permit a delay of trial once the new attorney was brought on. I think that I don't think that's going to hurt her case. I'd be shocked. Adair, Ada, you look great in a tiara. Well, thank you. I've spent years, but let me tell you a story about tiaras. They hurt right there. And I used to go and speak at women conferences, Christian women's conferences, and my talk was, what is your crown? And overall short, what is it that you are addicted to? Or what is it that you do or use or anything in your life that you put before your time with the Lord, if you're Christian? What has become your idol in life? What is it that you will not give up other things for? For example, I was a barbershop or quartet and chorus, Sweet Adeline, and everything to me was, I was so highly involved and I was driven to get the quartet crown. When you win international quartet competition in barbershop community, the women get crowns. The winning quartet gets 4 of them matching crowns. And I wanted to be a winning quartet internationally. And all I did was eat, breathe, sleep quartetting. And it got to the point that I was letting things go that I shouldn't. It was becoming almost like an addiction for me. Every young well, not every girl, majority of little girls always wants a crown or tiara. And so I would bring multiple crowns or tiaras and I would allow women, I'd say, who wants to wear it? And the women, oh, I do. And I put it on their head. Now I know where the pressure points, see right here, you're supposed to be able to pin it. So there's a little loop there. Now I don't pin it. This isn't pinned on because I'm not really moving. And if you pin it, it hurts. About 5 minutes into wearing a tiara or a crown, you're going to have a pressure point on your head. And when I was Miss Daughters Republic of Texas many moons ago, early 90s, I had a round crown. I don't have it here. It's very fragile, but it's very expensive and very nice. And it would bruise in 4 places on my head, even though I had a border. I used weather stripping, and I cut it in half and all that. You couldn't see it, but I put weather stripping along the metal so it wouldn't hurt my head. But when you wear them for 10 and 12 hours a day, your head hurts and you're bruised for a day or two. And I put it on them and I pin it on in a way that I knew it was going to become uncomfortable almost immediately. And I'm giving my talk and I'm talking and I'm watching them starting to do this. They want to lift it. They'll start trying to keep resetting it and moving it. And when they do that, that tells me it's becoming uncomfortable. And that's when I would start talking about how sometimes the things that we love and cherish the most, such as shopping, it could be cigarettes, it could be alcohol, it could be shopping, it could be clothes, it could be shoes, it could be our homes, it could be anything. But sometimes the things that we tend to love the most, we focus on the most, can also become some of the most uncomfortable things in our life. Consequences. My consequences of wearing a crown will be that I'm going to have a bruise right there come tomorrow morning. And I know it. So anyway, I use tiaras a lot in that kind of a scenario. So anyway, oh, thank you, Haley Mouse. I am not pretty by any means. I'm a lard butt, but I appreciate the sentiments all the same. But anyway, but they are not very comfortable in all honesty. They are torture. I'll be honest. They torture us, honeys. Let's see. Egypt in 45 minutes is going to be Cyprus, is going to be Turkey, Moldova, Ukraine, we got different parts of Russia. Okay, we got some good stuff coming up. So, yeah, I gave a class on how to wear a tiara actually to some girls and how to modify the bottoms in order to help it make it be a little more comfortable. I have not done that with this one. But that said, they are pretty. I just wish I could wear more. There's nowhere to wear them. My hair is not the best, honest guys. I barely got it up there. Barely got it up there. Okay, so Alec Murdaugh. Y'all look at what was the worst case outcome of the year. Let me go back and look. Don't live judge Bev or Bill or don't like them. Okay. What was the worst outcome of the year? Well, we had a lot of hung juries. I think Karen Reed for me was the worst outcome of the year. I think if they had an outcome of some sort, either guilty or not guilty, it wouldn't have been so bad. In Finland, it is, close. Well, are you from, I'm looking. That's great. 45 minutes till Happy New Year. Stay on with us if you would like. Marita, is that how you say that? Marita Finn? I'm not really good with pronouncing names that I don't recognize. It's called dyslexia, and I'm sorry, hon. But with that, yay! Welcome. Nice to have you here. We're grateful for you to be here. We will be shouting out to you in 45 minutes. Yes, we will. Law you be. Yep, that's what I said. Like mine. Yeah. Yeah. I think with the Karen Reed trial, I think, I've watched smaller trials and the Murdaugh trials, but the Karen Reed trial, it was a disgrace. I think that a hung jury is one thing, but they were not hung completely. Oh, you'll try and stay awake. Oh, come on, 45 minutes. I'm going to drink some champagne. I got champagne. I'm taking a sip per hour because this chick doesn't do alcohol very well. I fall asleep. I don't get drunk. I can't get drunk. I fall asleep before that even happens. But what was y'all's most disappointing part of the Karen Reed trial? Wishing everybody a happy new year, 2025. Cheers. May it be better than this year. This year was not the best of years for many people. And I am bound and determined to make next year better. I need to turn around some things in our lives, and I am ready and willing to go. Yeah. The red Solo cups in and of itself was insane. How do you like my little red Solo cup up there, y'all? How do you like my little red Solo cup? Yep, I know. I got a little red Solo cup. I sure do. Uh-oh. Wrong one. There I go. Yep, I had that up. I kept the white background because then people couldn't see it. So I kept the white background. Here's another cup that I use. This design was drawn by our lovely Miss Andrielle, and I love it. I like it, but I need to tweak it. We did have a contest going. Oh, by the way, that's right. Forgot. We have to draw at midnight for the winner of the tumbler, because if you subscribe, you get one entry for a Starbucks tumbler. If you live out of the continental US, I'll figure out something I can do. And if you join as a member this month, you put I sub or I joined, and you're in the drawing. And if you gifted, you also get it. So the gifter and the receiver both get 10 entries into the tumbler giveaway. The most disappointing thing in the category is that Bev continues as a oh my gosh, did you ever nail that? You freaking nailed it. But she's not in criminal right now. She is. Sorry, I rocked my camera. If I rock my desk, it moves. I gotta get a better camera set up on that. Yeah, she's continuing to be a judge, and that is very frustrating. But I think the thing for me with the Karen Read trial is that I feel like her attorneys dropped the ball at the very, very, very last minute in the ninth inning. When the judge was declaring a mistrial, they did not object and say, Your Honor, we would like the jury pulled for, which count did they should have approached and asked her to find out where were they hung, because had they done that, then the appellate would have gone through. From my understanding is on the appellate issue is this, that the reason they lost the appeal on the issue of the judge dismissing the trial and exiting the jurors so quickly is, had they objected, they would have preserved their right for the appeal. They did not. Even though we know she would have not listened and would not accept the objection, she would have overruled it. It would have held it for the appeal. And because they didn't object, they could not go back and read and find out or try to push out counts 1 and 3 that they found her not guilty on, and only retry her on count 2. I believe that there is the ultimate disappointment in this case as far as her side and her attorneys. They dropped the ball. Period. End of discussion. They dropped the ball. Okay. Now we keep trying to go to, that was a year ago. The Murdaugh cases. He may get an appeal. He's asked for a new trial. That is a possibility, unfortunately, a small possibility. Wow, hold on. My daughter just walked out and didn't say goodbye to me. Let me call her real quick. My apologies. Guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to run and grab her. I'll be right back. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't know my daughter was leaving and she's going to go over to the boyfriends and they're going to do their New Year's. So I had no idea. I had to say goodbye to my baby girl. I needed to say goodbye and let her know I love her. And, you know, Mama sometimes makes mistakes. Mama made a mistake and everybody's all upset, but everybody will live. Okay, guys. That's one thing about doing a live all day, all night. Okay, let's see what y'all are talking about. Yeah. The Stop and Shop bags left in the Sally Park for days. Inverted video. Now, the inverted video doesn't bother me as much, but Proctor Trooper Paul, it's just unbelievable. Jackson Yeti, all the... This entire case was one of these, and I have to turn it down because it'll blow your ears out. That is what I think about this case. It's a hot mess. Sirens everywhere. Red flags and sirens everywhere. But I have to say that Happy New Year's Journey to Justice. Do we have some people that hopped on I didn't see? Yes, Happy New Year's to everybody. I love and appreciate all of you. Sometimes I don't see your comments. They move too quickly. There you are. Happy New Year's Journey to Justice. Thank you so much for joining us. Oh my gosh, you honor us with your presence. Thank you so very, very much. Wishing you a Happy New Year's and 2025. Cheers. Cheers, cheers. You're standing in line at Walmart. God help you. Yeah. She was a horrible judge. Cheers. It's cheers somewhere. Let me look. We've got the next people we're ringing in the new year will be Malawi. Oh, African countries. I definitely have those. Malawi, Uganda. This is the neck of the woods. My father has been a lot. Oh, my ears. Ethiopia's already had a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Ethiopia. Somalia, Happy New Year. We've got a bunch of stuff coming up, y'all. 32 minutes. We got a bunch of countries coming, a bunch of states and countries and all that coming up. So I've got some people from Africa who are dear friends of my family and myself, so I look forward to it. God help you for standing in line at Walmart. God help you. Seriously. Yeah. So when it comes to the Karen Read trial, I don't understand how it even, how the jury came up with being hung. Oh my gosh, my hair is falling. I'm just tucking it in. How the jury became hung on any of the counts. And from what I understand, and tell me if I'm wrong, I don't know. Other people might know, but was it one juror that kind of hung him up? Was it one juror that hung him up? I don't remember. I don't think we even knew the numbers at the time, but I know that there were some numbers spread around later. Go watch TV with your hubby. Be back when you can. Love you very much. Thank you for joining me. I love to hear you. I love your accent, and I had fun with you. Thank you so very much, Haley Mouse. So, I don't understand how they came up with a hung jury on that one. I understand that they say she was drinking and driving when this had happened. However, I don't even think they proved that she was drunk. I question the alcohol level. I question if she went home and drank more and all that. But if they said that she had been drinking that night, why did they allow her to turn around and leave the scene of the crime. Now, don't forget, she left the scene of the crime. I knew I was going to do that. She left the scene of the crime, and she left it with their permission. And then they turn around and said she was under the influence of alcohol. She was legally drunk. Why then did you allow her to leave the scene? The levels that they said her blood ox was, her blood ox, that's the first responder of me. The levels that they said her alcohol blood level counts were, after she was admitted into the hospital, she would have been slowing her words and be discombobulated and all of that on scene. And nobody said she was. Everybody said that she was acting, speaking normally, walking normally, did not show signs of intoxication. So either she was intoxicated or she wasn't. And if she was, why were you allowing her to drive? That's my humble opinion. And then what is that other trial that's getting ready to happen that's been going on where the girl was supposedly, they claimed that she unalived herself, and then they reopened the case and said that it was a unaliving of her. What was her name? That case is going to happen, and we will follow it. That we will do. So that is where I am on that. The Alec Murdaugh case. The Alec Murdaugh case to me is he may get a new trial because of the county clerk and what she did and all that hot mess, which to me is a pain in the butt. And I am really upset about, because I agree the county clerk did a lot of things that were illegal and probably should get this overturned. I cannot sit there, and I don't necessarily believe the jury when they sit there and say that when someone sits there and tells you, pay attention to body language, pay attention to this, watch this, do this, or whatever, that you would not take some of that into account. I don't understand how you can sit there and lie about that. I mean, come on now. What do y'all think? If you were on a jury, let's ask this question. If you were on a jury, and while on that jury, a county clerk made a comment to you, hey, come here. Shh. Pay attention to his body language. That would influence you. And if you're saying it doesn't, you're lying. It will influence you. Period. You can't tell me it wouldn't. What is your opinions? I need to hear from y'all. What do you guys think? Does it influence you? Does it impact you? Is that something that would get your mind churning? For me, definitely. I think she acted so inappropriately that in front of the jury and around the jury that it definitely could have influenced a juror. I don't like it. I believe he's guilty as hell. Do I think that there could be somebody else that was a part of this? Yeah, I think there could have been somebody else who was a part of this. But do I believe he did it all on his own? I don't know. My bangs are driving me crazy, y'all. And if I don't fix them, it's going to be even worse. Oh, well, I'm screwed. But it's tickly. Alex Murdaugh, I want to know how he got two different gun types off at the same time. Unless they were sitting right next to each other. He emptied one, then grabbed and emptied the other. That's possible. But to think that we would have to retry him again is sickening to me. So the most disappointing person to me in a court case, really for me, is a county clerk. Question, do you guys know if she's going to go to jail? Is she going to be, where's her trial sitting? Do y'all know? I don't know. I don't think he had a fair trial. I really don't. And I think it's all because of the county clerk. I think that the other issue for me is that it was in the wrong venue. I understand that they took the grandfather's picture down, but I think I love the judge. He was great. But I think it should have been a change of venue. I think it was too tainted and too close to home. With that, I think he needs to spend the rest of his life in prison. I think he has done enough. Now, if I'm not wrong, even if he gets acquitted of unaliving his wife and son, he's still going to spend the rest of his life in prison on the other charges. Am I not wrong? Am I not wrong with that? I think that's true. I really honestly think that if you are an esquire, if you are an attorney or a lawyer and you commit crimes like this, that you should be held to a higher level. By the way, did y'all know that there's a difference? Here's a good question. What is the difference between a lawyer and an attorney? And if you are a lawyer and attorney, don't answer. What is a difference between a lawyer and an attorney? Does anybody know? Do not answer if you are a lawyer or an attorney. If you know, answer. Yes, I was correct. The financial crimes were definitely a life sentence, definitely. But I think that if he didn't physically unalive, I think he knew about it. I think it was a setup. I think that he was a part of it in some way. And I could be wrong. What do you think about his other son? That to me is a bigger question. There's something off about his other son, the one who's living. There's something off. Did y'all listen to some of those? I'm trying to get my aids, my hearing, my glasses, my ears and everything to do what they need to do. There was something off with this guy. He's weird. There's something, he knows something. That is true. There's one that can do trials and be before a judge and one cannot. Attorneys represent trials. You're close, but that's not what I'm looking for. Yeah. So I'm going to start pulling up some YouTube. Let's go over to, let's see what they have. Okay, I can't. I don't want to get in trouble. Y'all are close. Keep going. We're going to watch this. Y'all keep going. You're getting close, but you're not quite there yet. If you give up, let me know. I'll give it to you in a few seconds. I'm going to get this up and going. Don't say it, Andrielle. Oh, somebody did. The blanket answer, or the easy answer, is thank you, Journey to Justice. A lawyer has not passed the bar where an attorney has passed the bar. Attorney can represent, a lawyer cannot.
Michigan, in the school shooter's mom case. The Oxford school shooter, Ethan Crumbley's mother, Jennifer Crumbley, is asking to be released from prison pending her appeal. Her historic trial played out right here on Court TV earlier this year.
So the answer
she, along
was
with her husband, James, they
attorney
were the
has
first
passed the bar.
parents of a school shooter to be charged and then convicted for their child's
The lawyer
actions.
has not.
Both Jennifer and James Crumbley were found guilty of 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 1 for each victim in the 2021 Oxford High School shooting committed by their son, Ethan. But during Jennifer's trial, she took the stand to say that she would not have done things differently.
Of course, I look back after this all happened, and I've asked myself if I would have done anything differently, and I wouldn't have. If you could change what happened, would you? Oh, absolutely. I wish he would have killed us instead.
Now, Jennifer is saying through her attorney, her legal team, that she wants out of her 10 to 15-year prison sentence as she waits for her appeal to be determined. So we want to break all of this down. We have a very special guest with us. Jennifer Crumbley's defense attorney for her appeal, Michael Desi, is with us. Michael, thank you so much for taking the time out to break this down for our viewers who watched this trial, who understood the historic nature of Jennifer Crumbley and her husband's case. Let us know what prompted this particular motion for her release pending her appeal.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I mean, essentially, it boils down to the fact that we don't believe Mrs. Crumbley committed any crime. And in Michigan, the law provides that a defendant can seek release from prison, even pending appeal, if they can prove 2 things. One, they have to prove that they're not a danger to society. And the second thing they have to prove is that they have a substantial defense and some substantial argument to make on appeal as to why they think the case should be thrown out. And we easily satisfy at least the first of those requirements. There's no allegation that Mrs. Crumbley herself is dangerous. She's not accused of committing any crimes or engaged in any assaultive behavior. So as to the second component of that, we also believe that we're on very solid ground in asking the court to throw this case out for the simple fact that there's just simply no duty recognized in the law that compels somebody to prevent the intentional criminal acts of a third person. And it doesn't matter if that third person is your son or your husband or your brother or simply a stranger. It's always been the law. It's in the law in Michigan as well as most all of the states. It has always been the law that an individual doesn't have a duty to protect other people from the intentional criminal acts of others. So essentially, that's what we have here. You know, when you have people talk about how historic this case is and it's unprecedented and it's never been brought before, I mean, there's a simple reason it's never been brought before. It's because it's not illegal. Mrs. Crumbley didn't do anything wrong. She wasn't aware of what her son was planning. He made that clear, and at least in some allegations that he's made, that he did this behind his parents' back.
And I do want to talk to you more about the historic nature of this case, but back to this request for a release pending appeal. Is this going to be with the same judge? And what do you think is going to be different, since during the trial and before the trial, between the incident and the trial, there was not this ability for them to get bail?
Come on in. Come here to see you.
Sure.
They won't see you.
The motion is going to be heard and decided by the original trial court judge, Judge Matthews, at the Oakland County Circuit Court. And depending on the outcome of that hearing with the judge, we can certainly then exercise our right to appeal. We can ask the Michigan Court of Appeals to review that, and we can also ultimately ask the Michigan Supreme Court to review that decision to grant or deny her motion for bond. The law does allow for an individual to seek bond while they are pending their appeals. I mean, and the reason for that is simple. I mean, these cases can take years. You know, it wouldn't be an understatement to say that this could take 3, 4, 5 years for this case to wind its way through the courts, the Michigan appellate courts. You know, and it simply isn't fair to keep somebody incarcerated when there is a very strong likelihood that they could potentially be, they could have the case thrown out by the appellate courts. So the reason I think it's different is because at this point, the arguments that have been raised in the case, they weren't previously addressed by the court. So this is the first time that anyone has raised the argument that there simply is no legal duty upon which to premise these types of involuntary manslaughter charges. And in the absence of a duty, there simply isn't a crime. So that is the issue we've asked the trial court to decide first in a motion for judgment of acquittal, which is also pending before the trial court judge. And depending on how she rules on that motion, then that will also be taken up on appeal to most likely the Michigan Court of Appeals and eventually the Michigan Supreme Court. And I do think there's a very strong likelihood that the case will be heard by the Michigan Supreme Court, given, as you've indicated, the historic nature and the unprecedented nature of these charges.
Yeah, absolutely. And I understand that January 8th hearing is when we could hear a decision from the judge. Can you talk about what will happen at that hearing? And also let us know, does Jennifer have any communication with her other family members who are incarcerated, or would this release pending appeal allow her to be able to speak to, in particular, Ethan?
Yeah, so what's going to happen is the motion currently is scheduled for January 8th. It's certainly possible that the court could change that date, but as of now, that is the date that's been scheduled. So what I would expect is on the 8th, we're going to go to court and we're going to argue the motion for acquittal. We'll also argue in the alternative, if the judge doesn't grant an acquittal, that she should grant a new trial because there were several procedural errors and trial errors that occurred in the case that I believe render the jury's verdict infirm. And just most notably, if we could just talk about that, let's not forget that the prosecution withheld 2 agreements, which, we can call them secret agreements because they were secret from the defense. And the defense did not know and was not made aware that the 2 star prosecution witnesses had received agreements with the prosecution to cooperate and testify against Mrs. Crumbley. So that issue is also first and foremost in front of the court, which is the prosecution's suppression of this evidence that the jury never heard. So we also believe that that is important for the court to consider those arguments when it's considering whether it should grant a new trial or whether it's going to grant a dismissal and an acquittal of the case. Beyond that, I don't want to get into the specifics of what Mrs. Crumbley is communicating, but she's hopeful that we have arguments that the court's going to give us a fair hearing and that the court's going to take seriously the allegations that have been raised in her motions, and that we believe eventually some court in this process is going to throw this case out.
Michael Desi, thank you so much for breaking all of that down for us, helping us to understand how this is going to move through the court system, and we'll be paying attention.
Guys, I have a special guest. I shall be right back. Greece is getting ready to celebrate the New Year's. guys, I'm explaining to Doug and my son what we're doing. I have this map here. If you peek around, they can't see you. And so it points out when everybody turns New Year. So every time there's a New Year turn, we're having a super bubbly and all of that. And I love prosciutto, so I've got my prosciutto and so anyway, but yeah, it's okay. So guys, I'm gonna finish talking to him for a moment, and we'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm sorry about that. Tracy's husband came by. I offered for him. Why is that still going? Is that this? It is that. Oh, okay. I offered for him to say hello, but it's been a very emotional day. I got to be honest, it's been hard for me too. But he wanted to say thank you for all the love and support. One day he'll come on and talk to you live. It's just too soon. And so we have Greece right now, and I'm going to pause that. We have Greece up right now. They will be, I'll be changing it over in a minute. But let's see, how much longer is it for Greece? We got a lot of places in 6 minutes, guys. We're gonna hopefully have. I want to see this in 6 minutes. Go. So, okay. I'm gonna turn my volume just a little bit so I can hear me. Okay. I appreciate y'all's kindness and understanding, and let me visit with him for a moment. It is very hard. This month has been the hardest. And I'm trying not to cry. But this month has been the hardest. Oh, that is so cool. Yes, it would be so nice to have a year with no war. It really would. Let me go back up here. Oh, let me go back. So let's go back all the way. Alec didn't have a fair trial, in her opinion. Yes, the financial crimes were definitely a life sentence. Wouldn't have affected me, but I can ignore stupidity. When we're talking about Alec Murdaugh and the county clerk and her BS, I can ignore stupidity, but I'm not willing. Here, Kim, baby girl, you've been a good girl, and it's New Year's Eve, so you get carrots. I still think that her behavior was so outrageous that it could have affected the trial, and at that point, we need to figure that out, and they need to. That's what they're fighting over. One is a trial and one is not. Attorneys represent at trials. Okay, we asked about attorneys. Attorneys are the ones who have passed the bar. Once you take the bar exam and passed it, you're no longer a lawyer, you're an attorney. Lawyers are consulting. They cannot go in court and try trials. They cannot represent persons. You can make a good job as a lawyer. Some lawyers make more money than attorneys. So we were discussing that. Do we think she'll get out on appeal? No. The Crumbley verdict and the mom. I understand, Ronnie, where you're coming from, and you don't agree with the verdict. But once again, both parents knew He was mentally unstable. Both parents knew he had a lot of issues. Both parents knew that they both knew about the weapon. The father bought one weapon that was a 22. Then he buys a 9mm and all of that mess. And they both knew about it. They both did not lock it up. They both did not take care and make it secured, or at least attempt. I mean, kids are going to get into something. They'll break the glass. They'll drill a hole if they really want it, but take the effort. And that's the thing. Did you take the effort and precautions? No, you did not, i.e., there lies the responsibility. I think there was a lot of missed stuff by the parents, but I don't know if they deserve the same verdict he got. Hey, everybody. Why Dr. Bullbutter? No Pam Baisley twins. I thought they got much more time. Let me think. Yeah, they can put an ankle monitor on her if she gets out on while they're doing their appellate issues. They can definitely put an ankle monitor. I don't think she is a threat to society. She's not the unaliver. I apologize, guys. I have allergies starting. And I don't have my allergy meds. Do I? Nope, I don't. I don't think she is a threat. I am concerned about unaliving herself, though. That is something I am concerned about. So I believe that, that's why my bangs are moving and tickling the AC. So that is true. I believe that if they let her out on a pill with monitoring, I think she'll be fine. Thank you for understanding while I had a guest. I apologize. I did put in there, so maybe it didn't show up in time for y'all. May all wars end and may freedom rain down. Journey to justice. That is well said. Yeah, that was Tracy Sherbishness. That was interesting. Oh, really? That would be interesting. You have a subscriber that knows her. Wow. Wow. Journey to justice. Would you like to hop on? I'd love to have you. I think I've asked you and you said no. I don't remember. Yeah, please tell. Wow. Yeah, Becky Hill needs to be locked up. She broke a lot of rules, major rules. Yeah, that's possible. That's very possible. And we got 1 minute. I don't know when Grease hits, but I want to watch their so since it's 1 minute, we'll just go ahead and start naming because we got a lot of people, a lot going on out there. Okay. Happy New Year's to all my Kenyan ministers and friends. May you be safe and blessed this year. May your families be prosperous. May they be in good health. And may the Lord bless you mightily, my dear friends in Kenya. Let me get this to recycle. There we go. Tanzania, you've already gone. Let's see. This mic closer. Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, South Sudan, Zambia, Malawi, Congo, Democratic Republic, Zambia, Mozambique, South Africa, all of you guys, Botswana. We also have it in Greece, which they have not started yet. So we have Greece. Happy New Year in Greece. Happy New Year in Bulgaria. Happy New Year, Romania. Moldova, Ukraine. You're not there yet. India. New Year, Lapa. Sonia, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Finland. Happy New Year, Finland. We made it. Woo! Happy New Year, everybody. May you be blessed. Be blessed, be safe. The Lord grant you peace this year and health. Congratulations. Well, congratulations. Welcome to 2025, all you people. I just shouted you out. Thank you. Some people get we're getting a little confused in our cases. But thank you once again for watching me. I appreciate all of you. I am hoping to stay up and alive. Up and alive. I'm hoping to stay on until New Year's California time. And that's 2:00 morning, my time. God love me, God help me. God love me, God help me, because that is going to be a very long day. A very long day. StreamYard over here. Oh, let me see. Oh, Ronnie, I don't care. Misa no kersa. Misa no kersa. I don't care. I really don't. I don't mind it. I mean, dogs bark. What can I say? Ronnie, you can come on. Anybody can come on. That's why I have it up there. Blame the dog, Ronnie. Oh, here we go. Here goes their fireworks. I'll put a little bit of an anxiety on for them. Well, I thought we had fireworks. We'll see. Oh, Ronnie! Hi. Let me quit. I gotta stop creating my second live stream, so please give me a moment. One moment. I'm trying to get it where I gotta find. Where is it? There it is. Apply. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Adding to stage, Miss Ronnie.
Okay.
Hi, Ronnie.
Hey, hi. You hear? She's already barking. She's already barking. Stop it.
Oh, who cares? Okay, in about 10 minutes, guys, I'm going to switch to a new live stream because I don't want to go over the 6 hours. So everybody's going to have to teleport with me, and it will be a new live stream invite. So anyway, how are you, beloved? Talk
I'm
to
good.
me, love.
I'm good.
So what are y'all doing tonight?
I'm
What are
trying
your
to set
traditions?
myself. Huh?
What are your traditions, love?
Well, I made some deviled eggs earlier. I'm trying to set my phone down. Yeah, and but we're asleep. But I won't be because my granddaughter will be here today, or she's here now, so I won't be. Yeah.
Fun. Yeah, you're going to be up all night, babe.
Mm-hmm.
Has she always stayed up late?
Yes, when she doesn't have school the next day, yes. Mm-hmm.
I can't believe they have school the very next day
I know.
after New Year's. I think that that's insane. Although I must say, I think it's insane that the college is starting on the 20th of January. Super late.
Dang.
Super late. I was really shocked. Just saying. So anyway, so what do you
But
think?
then
so-
spring break is in oh no, it's not until March, yeah. Okay, what were you gonna say?
So what do you think of next year? What do you think is going to be, what are your thoughts on next year?
As far as trials?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, we have the retrial coming up. The one trial I want to watch is Crystal, what's her name? Crystal, I got it right here. Hang on. Crystal Rogers, the Crystal Rogers case.
Oh, okay. For those of you who don't, let's catch everybody up on what the Crystal Rogers case is.
Okay. That one is about, I'm trying to set you somewhere.
There we go.
Okay, yeah. The Crystal Rogers case is the case of a young woman who she was married. Of course, her husband is charged, along with two other men, a father and a son. And it's one of those cases that he didn't know where she went. But the thing about it is that case, hold on. I have all my notes. She has been, they haven't found her body, okay? But there were other cases that happened, other murders, or not, unalivings that happened in that county. While, yeah. And let's see, Crystal Rogers, hold on.
I struggle. Is that the one where she disappeared and they found her in Mexico, right?
No, they haven't found her.
What?
They haven't found her.
Who's the one that they found in Mexico?
Oh, that's someone else. That's
okay. I'm sorry.
That was a young girl. And her dad unalived himself, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was that's somebody else. No, this one has been going on for a while, the Crystal Rogers case.
Wow. Okay, so the Crystal Rogers case, they still have not found her. Okay. Wow. This case was 10 years ago. Oh, okay. No wonder I don't know it.
Hold on, I'm trying, yeah.
Wait, are they trying to do drones and they're not working? A champagne bottle and drink and they're frozen. Okay. I just wanted to leave that going in the background.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, guys, I did get the redirect up. Sometimes it's not as easy as it looks. It'd be a little difficult, a little testy. So anyway, so this was 10 years ago. So go ahead.
I'm trying to find my notes because I was caught off guard. Hold on.
I caught you off guard, huh?
Darn it. Yeah.
Oh, darn it. Yeah.
No, I'm good. Because you know me, I have a spreadsheet on that.
I know. You're good. You're good, girlfriend. Hey, I love people who do spreadsheets. I mean, this is my spreadsheet. By the way, let me introduce everybody. This is Miss Ronnie. She is our head of research here at this channel. She's our research queen. And we're always looking for people who don't necessarily want to mod. I don't want to do that. I'll get in trouble. Some people are not wanting to mod live, but you are really good at research and you like to do the kind of document diving or creating like little timelines, or you're really good at creating that kind of stuff and you want to be assistants to Miss Ronnie, get a hold of her. You may join us if you wish in that manner, but go through Miss Ronnie. She is the research boss. She's our fabulous research queen.
Yes, I love the
Gloria.
only problem with that is you start I mean, everybody does this. They start digging into cases and then you just like never it just you just never it never
stop.
ends. You're swimming into it and it never ends.
I'm going to go live on the other one. I'm
Okay.
going to end this one. Will you please hop over to the other one? The link
Yes,
should
ma'am.
be posted. I'll see you in a minute. You guys, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. I have to jump over to the second portion of our day. We have reached 6 hours, 52 minutes, and 5 seconds. And now I have to switch because if I don't, I can't edit. So with that, y'all have a fabulous evening. I look forward to afternoon. I look forward to seeing you in just a minute. Bye. Thank you. Happy New Year. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.